20 minutes in front of 5 o'clock. It is Monday morning, getting back to work and school with temperatures right now in the 30s and 40s. These are typically what we see for our afternoon highs, so it will be a little bit warmer as we head toward the afternoon. But for the morning time, we do stay in the 40s for the next couple of hours. It'll be chilly if you're out for a run or a jog. Should top out right about 47 for our high today, and that number is going to be in the slightly above average category. We'll drop to the 30s tonight, but back to the mid 40s on your Tuesday. We'll talk about if there's any rain in our immediate future and what we can expect as we wrap up the month of January.
All right, Justin, thank you. The San Francisco 49ers defeating the Detroit Lions last night 34-31 in the NFC Championship game to meet the Kansas City Chiefs in Super Bowl 58. The Lions opening its second conference championship appearance by scoring 2 unanswered touchdowns, held a 24-7 lead at halftime. Then it was all San Francisco in that second half. They just came on. The 49ers took the lead by the fourth quarter, which led their big win against the Lions. So from the AFC, it's the Chiefs. In the NFC, we've got the 49ers. That stage officially set for Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. Kickoff scheduled for February 11th at 6:30 p.m.
For months, he couldn't eat or swallow, but now, thanks to a new research trial, Kevin has it all back. I'm Liz Bonus. We're going to share an important story of recovery just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jeff Jeffcoat this morning on the National Desk. New developments in the investigation against the Georgia prosecutor in Trump's case. Our Washington insider joins us with the latest motion to disqualify the DA. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News now. Midday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Okay. Let me try to find it. It's not in prompter. I've got it. 3, 2. I'm Megan Gillen from the Fox 45 Newsroom. In your weather headlines, we kick off your work week with another chilly morning with breezy conditions, highs in the 40s across the region. Temperatures will hover near average this week and will begin to plummet as we get closer to the weekend. From the Fox 45 Newsroom, I'm Megan Gillen.
Tracking our forecast here with the Weather Authority. A cool Monday morning, breezy to windy as we head toward the afternoon, and those temperatures closer to average this week. We're going to see a lot of 40s out there. In fact, you can see right there for our high temperatures. Lower 40s here for Westminster and Bel Air, right about 44 in Cockeysville, 47 in Baltimore City, mid to upper 40s for the Eastern Shore as well. And up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 40s going for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. Now, numbers here staying near average. We actually will get a little bump later this week where we'll slide up in the lower 50s, even upper 40s Friday, before we start to get a little bit colder for the first weekend of February. So here's a look at that future scan. Staying dry today, but that wind is going to be picking up, especially from the northwest and the north. And then as we get into Tuesday, a lot calmer conditions, not nearly as much wind. Wednesday will bring a weak weather maker that's going to try to bring some cloud cover around here, and some of us may see a few stray showers, but overall not tracking a lot with that next system, and heading toward the rest of the week staying pretty much on the drier side. So here's a look at that 7-day forecast for you. 40s continue through most of the week. Again, we'll be windy today, but notice those 50s on Thursday, and then heading toward the weekend, we do stay mainly dry. Temperatures a little bit cooler by Saturday. Latest forecast, you can get that at foxbaltimore.com.
A health watch for you this morning. A new trial shows a different form of fitness might help people swallow and eat again after suffering a stroke. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shows us how it works.
Hey there, everybody. For months, Kevin Moss could not swallow after he suffered a stroke. Now, thanks to a team of researchers testing new tongue exercises, he has an important part of his life back.
I had to play disc golf, and I remember I went to pick up the first disc. I went to pick it up off the ground, and I got kind of lightheaded.
By the time Kevin was hospitalized for what turned out to be a brainstem stroke,
my voice slowly got worse. I could no longer stand up. I could no longer even sit up after like a couple days.
Eventually, Kevin was able to get back most of his physical function. But when he met up with speech-language pathologist Dr. Brittany Kreckler and Anna Hopkins of Ohio's UC College of Medicine's Dysphagia Rehabilitation Laboratory,
Kevin came in, he wasn't even able to swallow his spit. He had what I called a spit cup.
So as part of a comprehensive therapy program, Dr. Kreckler told Kevin to swallow again.
It's like breathing. You breathe without thinking, you swallow without thinking, but to retrain the way that you swallow, you're going to have to swallow and do it in a new way.
So Kevin began using this device. It's called a tongometer.
And you're going to press, release, press, release.
The team here are now using the tongometer as part of a clinical trial. Its goal is to help other stroke patients who can't swallow exercise their tongues.
He's pressing that bulb with his tongue to the roof of his mouth, and it's a pressurized bulb. So this app here will measure the amount of pressure or the amount of times that he's pressing on the bulb. What this is doing is working the tongue muscles, also the muscles under the tongue that relate to swallowing.
It took a while, but Kevin says he will never forget.
The very first thing I ate was peaches. I remember that was the greatest thing ever. It was like, and before that, it was like I liked peaches. I didn't love them. Now I love them.
This trial still enrolling new patients. We have a link online for more information. And after initial enrollment appointments, they do conduct therapy sessions virtually, so you can participate from home. With your health news, I'm Liz Bonus reporting.
All right, Liz, thank you. The Maryland Zoo hoping to put a smile on Ravens fans' faces after that tough loss yesterday. This is chimpanzee Raven and her daughter Violet. They are wearing their purple and black scarf there in honor of the game. They are still fans. Doesn't matter, win or lose, they're fans. It is 4:47 here. That's what it's about. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at our forecast.
Yeah, we had that rain and kind of not a fun day weather-wise yesterday. Obviously, would like to have the wind, but we are talking about temperatures this week that are going to stay mainly near average. A lot of 40s out there. A little on the cool side right now, but not too bad. And that wind is going to pick up as well. So that's what we're going to have to watch for the afternoon. It'll be breezy and even windy throughout most of the day today. Right now, we're at 43 in Towson, but notice that wind out of the northwest at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. So that puts the wind chill in the 30s. So with the wind and the temperatures in the 40s today, we'll feel more like the 30s, and that's how it's going to be throughout the afternoon. We did have some rain showers overnight, but those have all moved on by now and starting to see those clouds break up just a little bit. This trough of low pressure extends out toward the Atlantic, but that's passing through our area, and we're going to have that wind that will pick up behind that westerly and northwesterly wind really kicking up throughout the day today. Overall, in your Rise and Shinecast, temperatures hanging out in the 40s for most of you this morning. We'll see that sun up at 7:16 and going to bed tonight at 5:23. Those daylight hours continue to get longer because we're getting closer to spring. So 39 your temperature by about 8 o'clock on your MetroCast day planner, and numbers here in the 40s by noontime. We'll get to the mid to upper 40s for some of us in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. But again, with the wind, it will feel colder than that. So checking our highs, average for late January is 43. A lot of us right near that number in Bel Air and Westminster, 44 in Cockeysville, mid to upper 40s for Annapolis over to Columbia, up into Baltimore City this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, we're seeing those low to mid 40s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., 48 in Richmond later today as well. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice our numbers kind of staying near that average line, but as we get into Wednesday and Thursday, we see a little bit of a bump. So actually going to slide, excuse me, into the lower 50s on Thursday before those numbers actually come back down into the first weekend of February. Can you believe it? February right around the corner. So here's our future scan. We're staying dry today, but that's the wind that'll be here, and we'll keep the clouds around as well for a bit. Overall, a lot less wind on Tuesday. Pretty nice afternoon, and Wednesday will bring more cloud cover. There's a weak system that's going to be passing to the north of us, and that will bring more clouds, maybe a stray shower or two, but right now it's looking less and less likely that we actually get any precip out of this, as we'll be pretty dry at the surface. So here's that 7-day forecast. Look who showed up. There he is on Friday. It's Groundhog Day. My nemesis. There he is, just giving me the side eye. Ooh, boy. All right, all week I have to talk about this dude. Anyway, here's your 7-day forecast. We're staying mainly dry this weekend into the weekend. Our temperatures will hang into the 40s. Meg?
I heard Phil wants to be friends with you.
Phil, that's fine. I don't like this guy on my 7 days, so.
All right, we've got your Len Stoller's traffic network here. You might like this. We've got a live look over Ruxton Road and Charles Street. Traffic moving very nicely here at this hour. Stay with us all morning for the latest on traffic incidents and slowdowns, of course. Meantime, we've got to check on mass transit for you. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find an on-time start. No delays or issues there. Light rail, however, operating with a 30-minute delay, so you'll certainly want to allow extra time for travel on light rail this morning. Metro subway is on schedule in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Juvenile crime taking its toll on more than just urban areas. Still ahead, Full Measure takes us to Florida for a shocking case. And the Ravens season comes to an end as the Chiefs punch their ticket to the Super Bowl. We're going to have a breakdown of what went wrong during last night's game. 4:51 on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Juvenile crime concerns are extending beyond America's big cities as a rural Florida town becomes the site of horrific actions committed by young people. Full Measure Cheryl Atkinson reports on the rise in youth crime across all parts of the country.
Marion County Sheriff's Deputy Paul Bloom drives us to a dirt road neighborhood in the middle of Central Florida's Ocala National Forest,
They couldn't decide if they want to do car burglaries or go rob somebody for their marijuana.
where unthinkable tragedy unfolded last March. 3 victims shot execution style, just 16 and 17 years old. Then another stunner.
We are shocked not only are the victims juveniles, but the murderers are juveniles as well.
One of the accused killers, Christopher Atkins, just 12 years old. Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods.
I looked in the eyes of the mother of that 12-year-old, and it broke my heart down deep inside. It makes you wonder, as law enforcement, is what we see, what is the world going to turn out to be beyond us?
In a twist, police say the 3 accused killers and the 3 victims were driving around together, plotting a night of crime to get marijuana. Across the country, children are increasingly committing and becoming victims in serious crimes. The latest numbers put out by the FBI are more than 3 years old, but already in 2020 they showed murders committed by a single juvenile up 30%, murders involving multiple juveniles up 65%. More recent stats from local governments are as troubling. In Montgomery County, Maryland, juvenile violent crime went up 329% in 2023. When we look at the nationwide concern over rise in juvenile crime, what do you think is the answer?
Accountability. We have to change that. I don't have no immediate solutions. I do know if we don't change, it's only going to get worse.
The 3 boys charged in the triple murder are awaiting trial. They're charged as adults. So they could be in prison for life.
That's exactly right. At minimum. And truthfully, that's where they should be.
In Maryland, where some of the worst juvenile crime spikes are happening, some officials say state reforms that dial back on punishment for juveniles is making the problem worse. For Full Measure, I'm Cheryl Atkinson.
Right, Cheryl, thank you. Maryland lawmakers say they have plans to address juvenile crime during this year's legislative session. Senate President Bill Ferguson says there will be a juvenile crime package unveiled this week with a focus on the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services.
It's a lot of what we've been talking about, focusing on the intake and accountability on the intake, looking at the process overall to make sure that the services are actually being delivered. We will and need to pass this legislation. It all comes down to execution on an everyday basis.
Well, Fox 45 News will continue pushing your lawmakers for solutions surrounding juvenile crime. Follow along with Mackenzie Frost for the next 2.5 months as she'll be in Annapolis covering every angle of this year's session. You can see all of our coverage on air and on foxbaltimore.com. In your election 2024 coverage, U.S. Senate President candidate Angela Also Brooks held a grand opening for her new campaign office. Leaders from across Baltimore City and Baltimore County, along with Also Brooks' supporters, gathered to celebrate her campaign Friday. Supporters brought dozens of gloves and mittens to donate to communities in need. Also Brooks said that she was excited to share her campaign message with the community.
And we're really excited to get out and continue to spread the message of this campaign, which is about the lives of everyday hardworking people and how important it is to have officials in office who understand them and live like they do.
In addition to the office that opened, Also Brooks has an office in Silver Spring and headquarters in Largo, Maryland.
It is on.
Our temperatures are chilly this morning. We're going to be taking a look at the wind that will pick up throughout the day today and your full forecast for the week ahead. It's all coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, let's take a look. Live look now at M&T Bank statement as Ravens head into a disappointing offseason instead of going to Vegas for the Super Bowl after losing to Kansas City Chiefs 17-10.
They got the job done, but I just think, it's not getting the job done and just knowing the potential and the guys that you have in the locker room. And, you know, we all put so much on the line, just like anyone else, and just to let ourselves down in that position, it sucks. And just knowing how close we were to what we really wanted. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's just got to add more fuel to add more fuel to you at the end of the day, and that's how I'm taking it. So that's what it's going to be. But it definitely sucks and hurts.
It does. Good morning on this Monday, January 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, the disappointing game yesterday, but what a season, bringing it all the way to the and possibly MVP quarterback.
And so they've got to feel good about that.
Right.
But, you know, your eye is on the prize and you didn't get there, but they had an amazing season. So proud of those guys. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here looking at the forecast as we head into this new post-Ravens week.
That's right. Well, we do have the final couple of days of January, guys. February right around the corner. Pitchers and catchers report in a couple of weeks, so we're looking forward to the O's down in Florida doing their thing. And, you know, before we know it, we'll be talking about them at, you know, Oriole Park, Camden Yards, late March. Here's a look right now in Townsend. We had temperatures this weekend that were all over the place. We were in the upper 70s on Friday, 60 on Saturday, and then back to the 40s yesterday. And we're waking up into the 30s and 40s right now. In fact, you can see those numbers statewide all across the region. 39 in Westminster, 37 in Bel Air, right about 42 in Baltimore City this hour. So a cool Monday morning, breezy to windy for the afternoon. Wind will be the big story for today, and those temperatures will be closer to average, not only today, but throughout the week. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Your morning drive, really no issues weather-wise. Temperature staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours. We'll be back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads early, Tom?
Looking pretty good right now. And taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and yeah, you've got one shot on the inner and outer loop. This is right near the Kearney and Towson area, and wide open roads. No issues to report around the Baltimore region on any of our major roads.
Just weren't able to, you know, we had a couple opportunities to score down there. We didn't get the touchdowns. I mean, it was really a defensive struggle if you step back and look at the whole game. And they were able to score the points, and we weren't.
And the job's not done. I mean, our job now is to prepare ourselves to play a good football team in the Super Bowl and try to get that ring.
Well, in your sports unlimited coverage, the Ravens season comes to an end after losing the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship game.
The Chiefs are now Super Bowl bound and will meet the San Francisco 49ers in Las Vegas February 11th. This morning, we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Megan Gillen will join us from the Live Center with more on that Super Bowl matchup.
We want to begin with Taylor Stewart. She's joining us here also in studio with how it all went down at M&T Bank Stadium. Taylor.
That's right. The Ravens had a chance to cut the lead late in the third, but some late game mistakes and surgical offense from the Chiefs really made the difference here. Let's look back at some of the big plays. Q1, the Chiefs coming in hot with Patrick Mahomes hitting Travis Kelce with this pass cutting straight through the end zone, getting the Chiefs 7-0 to start off here. But look, the Ravens offense did respond accordingly after this play. Lamar Jackson escaping a sack, throwing it down low with a 30-yard touchdown to Zay Flowers. This was the play that would tie it 7-7 in the first, but just a few plays after that, the Chiefs again making it into the end zone with Isaiah Pacheco nailing this pass from Mahomes. A little touchdown dance there from the Ravens. But the end zone score here, 14-7 Chiefs as we head into the third. Neither team scored in the third. The fourth, though, the Ravens got a chance to make it a one-game possession. Lamar over the middle to Zay Flowers, stretching for the goal line, but Ladarius Sneed stopping it. That was just an example of the Chiefs' plan of attack all night, with the defense continually blitzing for Lamar, covering all open pockets. Justin Tucker was able to cut the lead, though, late in the game with a 43-yard goal, but it was not enough to seal the deal. Lamar Jackson spoke on the season post-game. Take a listen.
Well, I'm not frustrated at all. I'm angry about, losing. We're a game away from the Super Bowl. We've been waiting all this time, all these moments for an opportunity like this, and we failed. But I feel like our team, we're gonna build. This offseason we're gonna get right, get better, grind, and try to be in this position again. But on the other side, a victory.
Well, ultimately, emotions seem to be getting the best of the team, especially towards the end there. Zay Flowers actually slammed his hand on the bench out of frustration, and that would end it for the season. But an incredible run for the Flock. We'll continue to follow them as they practice postseason. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, Ravens fans showing their purple pride even in a losing effort. Lovia's family was all smiles before the game, rocking their Ravens jerseys and supporting their favorite team.
Larry showing a photo of he and his dog Parker. They were locked in on the game. Parker didn't seem too thrilled, though, what was going on. You can see in his eyes there.
He's bright-eyed. And here is one of our directors. This is Olivia. She snapped this photo with former Ravens wide receiver Jacoby Jones at the Jimmy Seafood tailgate before the game.
Now, you can always chime in your favorite photos and videos. Scan the QR code right there on your screen, which will take you to Chime In tab at thefoxbaltimore.com. You can also submit your pictures just using your WBFF app.
Well, this year's Super Bowl has the Kansas City Chiefs now taking on the San Francisco 49ers, which I'm shocked because when I went to bed, what was happening?
Two games right there, first and second half. Megan Gillen is at our live center breaking down that matchup. Megan?
Huge turn of events there, guys. Taking you live to Las Vegas here, where Super Bowl 58 is now just under 2 weeks away. That game is set for February 11th, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, happening right here inside Allegiant Stadium.
Our job now is to prepare ourselves to play a good football team in the Super Bowl and try to get that ring.
49ers, meantime, coming off the largest comeback in NFC Championship game history. If you went to bed at halftime, you missed it because they rallied. They beat out the Detroit Lions last night. It was close, 34-31. The 49ers now heading to the Super Bowl for the first time since the 2019 season, ready to face the Kansas City Chiefs again.
Close a number of times, and this time we got it done, and we're going to spend these 2 weeks to prepare and make sure it's a hell of a game.
Right now, let's check it out. Vegas has the 49ers as the 1.5-point favorite. That's at BetMGM. The underdog, by the way, just so you know, has covered the spread in the past 3 Super Bowls. If you are planning to head to the game, watch it in person, get ready to pay up. We've got tickets in the lower section for $10 grand, upper section $7,600 right now. Since that game was made official, the teams made officials, those prices just continuing to soar here, guys. Also, be prepared to see Taylor Swift. Despite a concert in Japan the night before the Super Bowl, she is reportedly planning to fly from Tokyo to Vegas to make it to the game and then continue to tour in New Zealand the following day. What you do for love. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice.
We're calling it love. All right, a man serving 115 years in prison for murder is sharing his side of the story. Why he's hoping a video confession from someone else will set him free after more than a decade in prison.
Emotional moments at the trial against Marilyn Mosby just ahead, when Nick Mosby could return to the stand, and if we could see Marilyn take the stand.
Temperatures in the 30s and 40s right now. Wind is going to be the big factor today. We'll talk about how it will feel for the afternoon coming up.
5:10 and continuing our coverage on the federal trial against former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby and her ex-husband, Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby, who may be expected to take the stand again today.
Olivia Dance joins us live with a closer look at whether or not we could see Marilyn Mosby take the stand. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom and Patrice, it's certainly possible that Marilyn Mosby could take the stand right here at the federal courthouse in Greenbelt. But as you mentioned, today her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will take the stand again. Mr. Mosby took the stand last week, taking responsibility for the couple's tax liabilities that have landed the former state's attorney in a federal courtroom, fighting 2 mortgage fraud charges levied against her for the purchase of 2 Florida vacation homes. Mr. Mosby saying, quote, ultimately it was because of my mismanagement of the tax situation that she's here in court, end quote. Attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who is not affiliated with this case, calls it a ploy for sympathy, with Nick Mosby falling on the sword to clear his ex-wife of failing to disclose a tax lien on their Baltimore home, a lien that Miss Mosby says she was unaware of.
In a marital relationship, both people are going to be checking the mail. So the idea that Marilyn Mosby didn't check her mail and didn't see this tax lien, although numerous letters came over a 5-year period, is just really is not believable.
And of course, whether or not a jury believes it is what this case comes down to. Back to you.
So, Olivia, does Jeremy Eldridge that we just heard from there, does he think that Marilyn Mosby is going to take the stand?
Yeah, Patrice, he definitely does. In fact, he doesn't see any other way out. Take a listen to exactly what he said.
Marilyn Mosby has to testify. I think at this point, especially if the prosecutors can dig into Nick, you have to hear a story from Marilyn. And she's promised for the last 3 years that she's going to testify publicly.
Now, if found guilty, the mortgage fraud counts each carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in federal prison. But for now, reporting live in Greenbelt, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. For our full coverage on the Mosby trial and the latest developments from court, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
High-stakes negotiations on a deal on the border carry on, despite fears of its collapse. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at some brand new developments.
Major accident happening on the Bay Bridge this weekend. 54 vehicles involved. How people involved are doing this morning. 5:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local all morning.
5:15 and making headlines this morning. The Maryland Transportation Authority is investigating a crash on the Bay Bridge that involved 43 vehicles.
Now, it happened Saturday morning around 8. MDTA or MDOT officials also have not said exactly how the crash started, but said weather may have played a role. Visibility near the Bay Bridge at the time was just about a quarter mile due to dense fog. Officials say 23 vehicles were involved in the initial chain reaction after an additional 20 were involved in a secondary crashes. Now, 13 people were hurt, 2 seriously injured. However, officials say they expect everyone to be okay. Also making your headlines this morning, House lawmakers return to Washington this week, and Republicans are planning to move ahead with their plan to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Yesterday, they released articles of impeachment against him as lawmakers in the Senate work on legislation they say will secure the border.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell has more on the major questions this morning about what, if anything, will change.
At the southern border, a perfect storm of desperation, chaos, and dwindling resources to help. U.S. Customs and Border Protection now confirming there were more than 302,000 migrant encounters at the southern border in the month of December alone. Republicans blaming the Biden administration and the man in charge of the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, just releasing articles of impeachment against him for willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law and breach of public trust.
This isn't about political scores, and this isn't about policy difference. This is about a secretary that's abdicated his oath of office. He's abused his authority, and he's lied to the American people and Congress.
DHS calling the articles, quote, unconstitutional and evidence-free. This as a bipartisan group of senators has been working for months on a fix, a plan tied to military aid for Ukraine and Israel, nearly complete, but under threat of collapse, with former President Trump intervening, saying a bad border deal is far worse than no border deal.
As the leader of our party, there is zero chance I will support this horrible open borders betrayal of America.
Republicans backing the bill disagree, expressing outrage fellow senators would forfeit the opportunity for much greater security at the border because it's an election year.
We all have an oath to the Constitution, and we have a commitment to say we're going to do whatever we can to be able to secure the border.
Even President Joe Biden is vowing to be much tougher on the border.
If that bill were the law today, I'd shut down the border right now and fix it quickly.
Even if a bill in the Senate is almost complete, many House Republicans have signaled they won't pass it. And with the border becoming a top issue for voters, both parties have signaled they will use it as a political issue in the 2024 election. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
5:18. Let's go to a bright spot for you this morning. The Maryland Zoo hoping to put a smile on Ravens fans' faces after yesterday's tough loss. You've got chimpanzee Raven and her daughter Violet. They were playing with their favorite purple and black scarf. Look at that. They've got their Ravens gear on. So we appreciate their spirit, even if the game didn't turn out like we wanted it to.
No, it was rainy, misty. Should have been a whole running game.
And we went from first place to last place in pigskin.
We did, but it's
still anybody's game. I know, which is, I mean, this, I think.
But there's only 2 teams who pick for the Super Bowl, so it's going to come down.
Oh, boy. See what happens.
I thought we had it, too, with the Lions pick.
I know. I went to bed at halftime. I was like, and Tom's like, I stayed up the whole game. I'm like, man, I missed a great game. But anyway, yeah. Rematch of Super Bowl 54. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I know. So. I was really hoping the Lions would. I was hoping it would be Lions-Ravens. I mean, that's the dream.
That's what we wanted. Yeah, but alas, it's okay. We're all good. We're all good. Well, everybody just relax a little bit. We're having a Monday morning here. Enjoy some coffee and breakfast with us here as we are seeing some of those clouds hanging around, excuse me, from that rain that we had yesterday. Overall, rain is done for now. It's the wind that we're going to be talking about. 42 your actual temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. That northwest wind about 8 to 15 miles an hour. And you can actually see some of these wind speeds about 10 to 15 miles an hour for Chestertown, Stevensville, down through Annapolis at this time. Wind is going to pick up today. And let me show you what's going on with our future scan. So this is the future wind chill numbers. We'll see the breezy to windy conditions. We'll have temperatures in the 40s, but we'll feel more like the 30s. So kind of a chilly afternoon, especially with that wind that's going to stay with us most of the day today. So as those kids get back to school on your Monday, beep, beep, the bus stop forecast, make sure they're bundled up this morning with temps in the lower 40s, mid 40s through noontime. And we'll get to the mid to upper 40s. As I mentioned, we'll be about 47 here in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, but we'll feel colder than that with the fact that we'll have a pretty decent amount of wind. Let's check the numbers in your neighborhood across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Low to mid and upper 40s for Westminster, Eldersburg over to the Hereford zone. 46 in Towson, Lutherville, Timonium. Looking at 48 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Highs for you in Howard and Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 40s. Ellicott City and Elkridge over through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. And Eastern Shore, friends, you're mainly going to be in the mid 40s today as well, with Chestertown and Rock Hall, Chester all at about 45 for today. Check in our temperature trend. Notice our numbers stay in the 40s tomorrow and Wednesday, but we get a little bump here later this week, Thursday and Friday, with those numbers that will slide back to the lower 50s. So that'll be some milder air that will be in place. On our future scan, those clouds start to move out of here. We'll see some breaks in the clouds today, but the wind will be the big issue. For tomorrow, a pretty nice day on Tuesday with a lot less wind, calm conditions, and just a little bit of cloud cover out there. Now, there is a system coming through on Wednesday, and yesterday and the last couple of days, those models were trending a little bit wetter. Now it's looking a little bit drier, so we may see a stray shower or two, but it's not looking like much as that system passes through, and then we dry out again heading toward Thursday. So here's that 7-day forecast. We got those 40s hanging out with us basically through the middle of the week, a little warmer into Thursday and Friday. That's February, friends. We're talking about getting into the new month, and then as we head into the weekend, we'll be a little bit cooler, but we do stay mainly dry. Yeah, Groundhog Day coming up on Friday. All right, let's get an update on mass transit now. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find on-time service on the Camden and Penn lines of MARC, but on the Brunswick line, Brunswick train 870, operating with about a 5 to 10 minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail has a 30-minute delay in both directions of that service this morning, so you'll want to allow a little extra time there for travel. Metro subway operating on time, no delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
A man serving 115 years for murder is hoping a new confession will reopen his case. Coming up next, we'll hear his side of the story.
Tax season kicks off today. After the break, the deadline you need to meet so you won't face penalties. 5:23, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. 526 in your consumer news. It is time to settle up again with Uncle Sam as the 2024 tax filing season begins.
Yay! Today is the first day that you can send off your tax forms and payments to the federal government or begin waiting for your tax returns. Taxpayers have until Monday, April 15th to finish their filings without penalty if they owe taxes. The IRS is expecting about 128.7 million returns this year.
All right, well, if you're getting a return, here's something for you. Apple's Vision Pro headset is set to be released this week. The virtual and augmented reality headset is expected to launch in the U.S. this Friday. Pre-orders for the device started January 19th. Apple says its Vision Pro will change the way people work, watch TV shows, watch movies, play video games. The device is also expected to launch with 3D content from Disney+. Now, here you go. The starting price for the long-anticipated headset, $3,499.
A new report shows doctors at the family health centers at New York University Langone also are concerned that a 40-ounce Stanley Cup could lead to drinking excessive amounts of water. Now, according to medical experts, for women, typically 3 cups of water is enough per day. For men, 4 cups, and that's the upper limit. They also say too much water can dilute your body's needed electrolytes. Experts are recommending that you drink only when your body tells you when it feels like it needs it.
I
don't see that happening.
Ridiculous.
I think so too. I think
ridiculous.
We're way on the lower side and we need to drink more water.
Yes, and if you drink it throughout the day and half your body ounces, most people are.
I don't see any of those Stanley Cup holders chugging through the straw. Go.
I mean, come on. Why are we putting emphasis where we don't need it?
Anyway,
Let's move on.
Happening now, love is in the air. Next Level Chef and Farmer Wants a Wife. They are back for new seasons on Fox 45, and we're getting you ready for the Valentine's Day to celebrate.
The best part is you don't have to be a chef. You don't even have to be a farmer to win. Just tell us your recipe for love. It's the Fox 45 Love at First Bite contest. Want to woo a love interest? Maybe spread some love around Baltimore? The Fox 45 Morning News viewer with the winning idea receives $2,500 to spend as they wish. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/contest to enter and watch Next Level Chef, followed by Farmer Wants a Wife, Thursday nights on Fox 45.
It'll be mostly cloudy today with breezy, windy conditions. How your work week is shaping up.
Talk about love. Fans in the flock need a lot of it after last night's loss. We're getting a lot of reaction pouring into our newsroom. We'll tell you about it just ahead here. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Swift. This time, Kelsey getting involved, the Chiefs tight end grabbing each item and tossing them aside to clear a path for his quarterback to continue warming up. Tucker watching and then smirked as he stretched from a few yards away.
Yeah, petty, like you said.
We know you're excited about the upcoming big game. Now you can celebrate it with some extra cash. Here's a chance for you to win and playing our big game trivia.
Just grab your phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 gift card. Play the big game trivia, get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of that $100 gift card. And then the daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win $5,000. Again, you just start by scanning the QR code to get the big game trivia question of the day.
Today's National Bubble Wrap Day. You guys like, popping the bubbles on the
My
bubble
daughter
wrap?
does. I'm not.
Not a fan?
No.
I like the big ones.
I was going to say, they don't do the little, it's the big.
The big ones now, yeah.
It's like the bags now.
Yeah.
It's what it is.
And that's why, maybe that's what we can get some of our frustration out today from the game. Just be popping all those bubbles. So, or we can pop bubbles a different way too. I mean, we can have some champagne, mimosas. I don't care, whatever you want to do. Our live cam here in Towson. Good morning to you. Our Mile One Auto Group cam shaking around just a little bit. We are seeing some of that wind already picking up, and that's going to be the big story today. Will be the breezy to windy conditions. 42-year temp currently in Towson. Northwest wind officially about 8 to 15 miles an hour, but we will see stronger wind as we get later into the day today. Rain is all done. We had the kind of misty afternoon and evening, some rain showers overnight, but those have all moved on. And you can see as we zoom out up and down the East Coast, we're seeing that trough of low pressure here. That's what that little yellow line is indicating, and that's what's sagging just to the south of us. So behind that, we're going to get a northwest flow. That's going to be that stronger northwest wind as we head later into the day today. Overall, next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us, temperatures hanging out in the 40s. Sun is up at 7:16, and we'll go to bed tonight at 5:23. Should see more of that sunshine for today. I know it was kind of dreary over the weekend. 41 your temp here in the 8 o'clock hour on your MetroCast day planner, and numbers here in the mid 40s through about noontime today. Mid to upper 40s is where we'll end up with our highs today. It just won't quite feel that way because we'll have the wind to contend with. Now, this time of year, the last week of January in the lower 40s is typically where we are, and that's where we're going to hang out today. Westminster and Bel Air right about 43, 44 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, mid to upper 40s for you in the Eastern Shore across the Bay Bridge up into Baltimore at about 48. And notice our numbers stay near that average line as we take you through Wednesday, but Thursday and Friday we get a little bit of a bump here with some lower 50s coming in for the first few days of February. All right, here's that future scan. So we're drying out today. We'll still see a mix of clouds and sun through the afternoon. A lot less wind on Tuesday. Tuesday looks to be a pretty nice day. There is a weak system coming through on Wednesday, and earlier we did have a little bit better of a chance of seeing some precipitation, looking less and less likely now. So maybe a stray shower or two on Wednesday afternoon before we dry out again on Thursday. Here's an update to your holiday countdown. Groundhog Day coming up in just 4 days from right now, with Valentine's Day just a couple of weeks away. 3 weeks to the day for President's Day. That's in just 21 days. And if you want that time change, well, you only got to wait 41 more days until we spring forward. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. You can see the groundhog right there. Stuart is his name, or Stan. I don't know. Either one. He doesn't like me. He side-eyes me all the time. As we head toward the weekend, though, it'll be a little bit cooler. So the first few days of February will be warmer, and then we're cooler into the mid-40s for Saturday and Sunday. All right, let's get an update with our mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find Camden train 843 with a 5 to 10 minute delay, along with Brunswick train 870. Allow time for travel there. If your ride is on light rail, expect about a 30-minute delay in both directions of that service. Allow time for travel there as well. Metro subway looking good. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
An attack on U.S. troops launched by an Iran-backed proxy group resulted in the death of Americans for the first time since the Israel-Hamas war began. I'm Christine Frizzell with how the White House is responding.
House Committee on Homeland Security releasing draft articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. When the committee is set to vote on those articles, 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local all morning.
5:54 now. The largest remaining hospital on the Gaza Strip is on the verge of collapse as fighting intensifies between Israel and Hamas. According to Doctors Without Borders, the fighting has prompted the near evacuation of the Al-Nasser hospital in the southern part of the enclave. But the nonprofit warns that roughly 350 patients remain and are unable to leave due to the fighting and the lack of ambulances. On Tuesday, the Israeli army said it had encircled Gaza's second largest city and ordered certain neighborhoods to evacuate, including the hospital.
Officials are saying a residential building which houses dozens of refugees was hit. 10 people killed in an airstrike in Gaza. More than 26,000 Palestinians, 1,400 Israelis have now died since the Israel-Hamas war, which began October 7th.
At least 3 U.S. Army soldiers are dead and 20 others injured in what's being called a suicide drone attack launched by Iran-backed militias. National correspondent Christine Frizzell takes us through this latest escalation in the war in the Middle East.
We had a tough day last night in the Middle East. We lost 3 brave souls.
Speaking to a congregation in South Carolina, President Joe Biden calling for a moment of silence, then adding,
and we shall respond.
Now, looming questions about what that response will entail and how widely it may escalate the current conflict in the Middle East, connected to the Israel-Hamas war.
It's clear that Iran is orchestrating these attacks, and this directed against U.S. military personnel, resulting in the deaths of U.S. military personnel. It is very, very significant.
The attack on a military outpost in Jordan, near the border with Syria, resulted in the deaths of 3 American Army soldiers, with at least 25 others injured. They were serving in the region to work for the lasting defeat of ISIS, according to the Pentagon. It follows more than 100 attacks by Iranian-backed proxy groups. In response, Republican Senator John Cornyn posting on X, "Target Tehran." Lindsey Graham writing, "Hit Iran now, hit them hard," with others in Congress urging caution.
We do not need to go to war with Iran, which is precisely what those 2 senators seem to want to do. That is a major, major conflict and would result in horrific casualties to the United States and certainly in the region.
Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin also released a statement vowing the United States will, quote, respond at a time and place of our choosing, adding, we will take all necessary actions to defend the United States, our troops, and our interests. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Well, let's go live now to Washington, D.C., where the House Committee on Homeland Security is releasing draft articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The Republican-led committee accuses Mayorkas of disregarding immigration laws. The Democrats say the articles do not include any evidence, while Republicans are blaming him for the arrival of a record number of migrants at the southern border just last year.
I think that is a dereliction of duty and fathers here. They didn't have a lot of federal criminal statutes. Breach of the public trust is sufficient to impeach.
The committee is set to vote on the articles tomorrow, aiming to send them to the full House for consideration.
President Biden says he is willing to take a hardline stance at the border if Congress passes a bipartisan immigration deal. In a statement, Biden vowed to shut down the border if necessary. It's his strongest statement on the border yet, as he urges lawmakers to pass the Senate's bipartisan immigration proposal. Senate negotiators have not yet finalized that deal, but in a letter to House Republicans Friday, Speaker Mike Johnson says it will be dead on arrival. He claims Biden will not act on the border even if a deal is reached.
An incredible season capped off with a heartbreaking loss. The big plays from last night's game that capped off the Ravens season.
Today, Marilyn Mosby's ex-husband, Nick Mosby, will testify again in her federal trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains the possibility of Marilyn Mosby taking the stand, too.
Temperatures are chilly this morning. We'll be talking about the wind that will pick up later today and what is also ahead for the rest of the week. We'll break it down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
and just to let ourselves down in that position, it sucks. And just knowing how close we were to what we really wanted.
We're taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium as the Ravens are now heading into an early and disappointing offseason after losing to the Kansas City Chiefs. The final score 17-10. One game. They had a great season. That one game, we can't just put it all on, although I guess some people would say you do because you got to get to the Super Bowl. But I thought they did a great job. All right. Well, good morning on this Monday, January 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly what the weather's going to in store for us today on this Monday morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with that report.
Temps right now 30s and 40s, guys, and we're going to see that wind pick up, especially as we head later into the afternoon. So it will be breezy and kind of chilly for you later today. Right now, looking out over our Towson camera, things are drying out nicely after all of that rain and mist that we had yesterday. Actually picked up more than an inch of rain officially yesterday, so we're above average for the year. That is definitely good in terms of our drought situation. 39 your temp in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, also 39 in Westminster and Columbia, right at 42 in Baltimore City this hour. So a cool Monday morning, breezy to windy for the afternoon, and temps this week that will be closer to average. Mr. Bo says we're good to go, at least weather-wise, with numbers in the 40s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
Just weren't able to, we had a couple opportunities to score down there. We didn't get the touchdowns. I mean, it was really a defensive struggle if you step back and look at the whole game. And they were able to score the points, and we weren't.
And the job's not done. I mean, our job now is to prepare ourselves to play a good football team in the Super Bowl and try to get that ring.
Well, in your Sports Unlimited coverage, the Ravens season is over. They lost yesterday to the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship game.
And the Chiefs are now Super Bowl bound and will meet San Francisco 49ers, blah, 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 in Las Vegas. That's happening February 11th. This morning, we have live team coverage, though. In just a few minutes, Megan Gillen will join us from the Live Center with more on the now Super Bowl matchup.
But we begin with Taylor Stewart. She's live with us here in studio talking about exactly what went down at M&T Bank Stadium yesterday. Taylor.
It was hard to watch it sometimes. The Ravens had a chance to kind of cut the lead late in the third, but some late game mistakes and some surgical offense from the Chiefs really made a difference here. Let's look back at some of the big plays here. Q1, the Chiefs coming in hot with Patrick Mahomes hitting Travis Kelce right down the line with this pass straight through the end zone. The Chiefs 7-0, but the Ravens responded accordingly. Lamar Jackson escaping this sack, throwing it down low with 30 yards right for a touchdown pass. Zay Flowers catching that, making the score 7-7. Well, a few plays later in the second half, the Chiefs again made it into the end zone. Isaiah Pacheco nailed this pass from Mahomes, rumbling into the end zone. Okay. Chiefs heading in 14-7. Neither team scored in the third. Fourth, the Ravens did have a chance to make it a one-possession game, though. Lamar over the middle to Zay Flowers, stretches the goal line, punched out, though, by Ladarius Sneed. That was really just an example of the Chiefs' plan of attack all night. The defense continually blitzing Lamar, covering all open pockets. Justin Tucker was able to cut the lead, though, with a 43-yard field goal. Not enough to seal the deal, though. After the game, Lamar Jackson did speak on the season, though. Take a listen.
Well, I'm not frustrated at all. I'm angry about, losing. We're a game away from the Super Bowl. We've been waiting all this time, all these moments for an opportunity like this, and we failed. But I feel like our team, we're gonna build. This offseason we're gonna get right, get better, grind, and try to be in this position again. But on the other side, a victory.
Well, ultimately, emotions really did seem to get the best of the team towards the end there. Zay Flowers slammed his hand on the bench out of frustration. And that would end the season, but it was an incredible run for the Flock, and you heard Lamar say it, it's time to build. Taylor Stewart, FOX45 News.
Well, Ravens fans are showing their purple pride even in that losing effort. This photo sent in from Kristen in Jarrettsville, her 2-year-old daughter, Lena, really rocking her purple pride with a smile there.
Cute smile. And this picture sent in by Linda from Westminster with her son, Austin. Look at that, with the football and everything, and their dog, Paisley, as they're all ready to roll in for the game.
Oh, that looks like our dog all dressed in Ravens gear yesterday. You can always chime in with your favorite photos and videos. Scan the QR code on your screen, which will take you to the Chime In tab at foxbaltimore.com. You can also submit your pictures through the WBFF app.
So what does this mean? Well, it means this year's Super Bowl with the Kansas City Chiefs will be taking on the San Francisco 49ers.
Megan Gillen at our Live Center breaking down that matchup. Megan.
Yeah, guys, we're taking you live to Las Vegas, where Super Bowl 58 is now just under 2 weeks away. That game set for February 11th at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time inside Allegiant Stadium here. Now,
our job now is to prepare ourselves to play a good football team in the Super Bowl and try to get that ring.
Well, the 49ers, meantime, coming off the largest comeback in NFC Championship game history. It was crazy, rallying to beat the Detroit Lions last night. 34-31 final score. The 49ers now heading to the Super Bowl for the first time since the 2019 season, ready to face Kansas City again.
Close a number of times, and this time we got it done, and we're gonna spend these 2 weeks to prepare and make sure it's a hell of a game.
Let's see how things are shaping up. Right now, Vegas has the 49ers as the 1.5-point favorite. That is the consensus that you see right there. By the way, the underdog has covered the spread in the past 3 Super Bowls. Keep that in mind. Now, if you are looking to watch the game in person, well, get ready to pay up. Check this out, guys. Lower section, $10,961 per seat. Then we've got upper deck, just say if you want to go in the back row there, $7,682. Those tickets just soaring since the 2 teams were announced. And maybe because of this, we are expecting to see Taylor Swift yet again, despite that concert in Japan the night before the Super Bowl. She's reportedly flying from Tokyo to Vegas to make it to the game. And then she's going to continue her tour in New Zealand the following day, just to be there for the Super Bowl. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Cross-examination continues today in Marilyn Mosby's federal trial. Coming up, how her ex-husband's testimony left off and what we can expect in court today.
And a mother is speaking out for the first time since her son was convicted of murder 14 years ago. In our next half hour, why she hopes a viral video could help bring her son home.
Statewide, our temps in the 20s, 30s, and even 40s here for your Monday morning. We'll talk about what we can expect for the afternoon and for the final couple of days of January.
Now let's take a quick look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a live look at the cameras around the region this morning. Everything's moving smoothly on all the major roads. No incidents or any delays to report around Baltimore. 6:06, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
Continuing coverage of the federal trial against former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Her ex-husband, Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby, is expected to take the stand again today.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with a closer look at whether or not we could see Marilyn Mosby take the stand. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Tom and Patrice, it's certainly possible that Marilyn Mosby could take the stand right here at the federal courthouse in Greenbelt. But as you mentioned today, her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will take the stand again. Mr. Mosby took the stand just last week, taking responsibility for the couple's tax liabilities that have landed the former state's attorney in a federal courtroom, fighting 2 mortgage fraud charges levied against her for the purchase of 2 Florida vacation homes. Mr. Mosby saying, quote, ultimately, it was because of my mismanagement of the tax situation that she's here in court, end quote. Attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who is not affiliated with this case, calls it a ploy for sympathy, with Nick Mosby falling on the sword to clear his ex-wife of failing to disclose a tax lien on their Baltimore home, a lien that Miss Mosby says she was unaware of.
In a marital relationship, both people are going to be checking the mail. So the idea that Marilyn Mosby didn't check her mail and didn't see this tax lien, although numerous letters came over a 5-year period, is not believable.
Of course, whether or not the jury believes that is what this case comes down to. Patrice, back to you.
All right, so Olivia, what about Marilyn Mosby taking the stand? Is that what attorneys think are going to happen?
Yeah, exactly, Patrice. Attorney Jeremy Eldridge believes that Mosby has to take the stand. He doesn't see any other way out. So take a listen to what he said about that.
Marilyn Mosby has to testify. I think at this point, especially if the prosecutors can dig into Nick, you have to hear a story from Marilyn. And she's promised for the last 3 years that she was going to testify publicly.
If found guilty, the mortgage fraud counts each carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in federal prison. But for now, reporting live in Greenbelt, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. For our full coverage on the Mosby trial and the latest developments from court, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com. AI and healthcare. Still ahead, how artificial intelligence can benefit patients in and out of hospitals.
And in our 8 o'clock hour, what parents can do to strike a balance between allowing their children to have screen time and still ensuring that it doesn't interfere with their health. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:15 and making your headlines this morning, fake pornographic pictures of Taylor Swift have flooded the internet.
That's right. The images aren't real. They were created by artificial intelligence, but they show the singer in very suggestive and explicit ways. Social media platform X removed them, but not before they were viewed tens of millions of times.
The photos, though, are still likely circulating on less regulated platforms. Also, this brings up concerns that are growing about AI-generated images and videos that will be used during this year's presidential election to try and disrupt the vote.
Meanwhile, the biotech company 23andMe is facing a class action lawsuit. The suit accuses the genetic testing company of failing to notify customers whose personal information was collected into lists that were then sold on the dark web. The suit also accuses 23andMe of failing to protect customers with Chinese and Jewish heritage, which were apparently specifically targeted. The suit was filed after the company notified the California Attorney General's office that it was hacked from late April 2023 through September of 2023. That was before 23andMe became aware of the breach.
6:16 on this Monday morning, and yeah, that's right, we were in shorts and T-shirts just a few days ago.
That's right. So let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. There were the shorts and T-shirts phase. There was the fog. You couldn't see anything phase. Where are we now?
We had it all this weekend. I mean, we turned our heater off the last couple of days, saving on some of that gas because we didn't need it. But yeah, probably need that back again here because our temperatures are more January-like here on your Monday. We are seeing those clouds move out of here, so that's good. We'll get that sun coming up here just about an hour or so from right now, and we should see a lot more sunshine for the day today too. Still going to be some clouds hanging around. The wind is going to be the big weather story for today. 42 your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little northwest wind about 10 to 15 miles an hour with that dew point at 34 degrees. That drier air is starting to work in. So here's a look at your wind speed right now. Only about 10 to 15 miles an hour kind of overall from Baltimore across the Bay Bridge over toward the eastern shore. What's going to take place later this afternoon is the wind is going to pick up from the northwest, and these are going to be your feels like temperatures. So even though our highs will be in the mid to upper 40s, it will feel more like the mid to upper 30s for the afternoon today. Just kind of factor that into your plans. As you get the kids out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, our temperatures here in the next few hours will hang out into the 40s, mid 40s by noontime. And when you pick them up 3, 4 o'clock this afternoon, we're talking about mid to upper 40s. Again, it will be breezy to windy for the day today. Maybe not having those flags out for this afternoon. Low to mid 40s here across Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown this afternoon. 46 in Towson, 44 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, 47 for you in Dundalk. Meanwhile, in Hartford and Cecil counties, those numbers in the low to mid 40s. Bel Air and Aberdeen up into Perryman, and right about 43 in Elkton for you this afternoon. Notice our temperatures next couple of days will stay in the 40s, but look at this, Thursday and Friday we get a little bit of a bump as we kick off the brand new month. We'll see those lower 50s return, so not shorts weather, but definitely some more milder air that is going to be coming in. Here's our future scan. This takes us to a Monday afternoon. Note those clouds kind of hanging around. We will see that wind pick up and stay with us through the northwest or from the northwest through the day today. Now tomorrow, a lot less wind, still a couple of clouds hanging around. There is a weak system coming through, a clipper system that'll come out of the Great Lakes region Tuesday night into Wednesday. That's going to bring some more cloud cover, but most of the models are backing way off on that moisture. So maybe a few showers is about it. Earlier, we were talking about the potential for some rain and snow, not looking likely right now. And then late Thursday into Friday, there's another system that may bring a shower or two as we get closer to the weekend. We're just 4 days out from Groundhog Day and Valentine's Day, and just 16 days from right now. St. Patty's Day is a Sunday this year, so we're 48 days away from Leapin' Larry right there. And then, you know, end of March, it's the O's are back here. That's right. We got spring training that starts next month. That's what we can look forward to as we look ahead to our very successful franchises here in Baltimore. So here's that 7-day forecast. Again, staying mainly dry. Will be a little bit cooler after we get through Friday. So Saturday and Sunday, temps back to the 40s.
All right, taking a look now at the Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look live over Towson and Loch Raven Boulevard area where traffic is moving smoothly. Volume starting to pick up, but no issues to report. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Mark, are you over yesterday's game yet?
I'm trying. It's a hard one. It's a hard loss, but next year we'll do well. Good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden 845 and Penn Train 511 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains look pretty good there on the Camden and Penn lines of MARC. If your ride is on light rail, you'll find a 30-minute delay there. You'll certainly want to allow extra time for travel out there on light rail this morning. And Metro Subway has a delay. It's presently running about 8 to 10 minutes late. Allow time for travel there, too. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Well, happening now, love is in the air. Next Level Chef and Farmer Wants a Wife are back for new seasons, and you can watch them right here on Fox 45. We're getting you ready for Valentine's Day, all to celebrate.
The best part is you don't have to be a chef, you don't have to be a farmer to win. We just want to know your recipe for love. What's your gesture? It's the Fox 45 Love at First Bite contest. Want to woo a love interest? Maybe spread some love around Baltimore? The Fox 45 Morning News viewer with the winning idea receives $2,500 to spend any way they wish. So head to foxbaltimore.com/contest to enter and watch Next Level Chef, followed by Farmer Wants a Wife, Thursday nights on Fox 45.
A top Democrat going after a popular nicotine product. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington with a look at how this could hurt their chances with Gen Z voters.
Look, the Ravens season is over, but fans still have their back. We'll show you the fan reaction pouring into our newsroom just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.624, top Democrats are looking to crack down on Zyn. Now, smoke-free nicotine pouches. They claim that they are targeting and harming kids.
But the move could negatively impact their efforts to get much-needed Gen Z votes.
National correspondent Janae Bowens explains the political backlash.
These brightly packed Zyn nicotine pouches are the newest players in the culture war.
Pouch packed with problems.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the smoke and tobacco-free Zyn that comes in a variety of flavors are harming kids.
So today I'm delivering a warning to parents because these nicotine pouches seem to lock their sights on young kids, teenagers, and even lower. and then use the social media to hook them.
Now he's calling on the federal government to investigate.
First, the D.C. libs came for our guns. Now, they're coming for our Zens. Enough is enough.
Conservatives using the top Democrats' crusade as a rallying cry for what Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene calls a Zinsurrection, adding the focus needs to be on deadly fentanyl instead.
I'm going to err on the side of more freedom and personal choices.
The backlash bipartisan.
I think there's bigger issues to address than that product.
The company behind Zen, Philip Morris International, is also firing back. They say it's only marketed to smokers and nicotine users 21 and older.
These products are really highly regulated. The product has been on the market for more than 10 years.
But a political concern for Democrats is that Schumer seems to be trying to take down a product loved by many Gen Zers, a key Democratic voting bloc.
I feel like there are more important things for this man to worry about than our nicotine usage. Like what?
Most concerning for Democrats is that polls show younger voters are growing discontent with President Biden and lagging enthusiasm for his re-election bid. Now, this could be a problem for Democrats who benefited from a record turnout of younger voters in 2020. The White House staying quiet on the Zen controversy. In Washington, Janae Bowens.
It is breezy with highs in the 40s to kick off your work week. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when we can expect our next dip in temperatures.
A man serving 115 years for murder is hoping that a new confession will reopen his case. Coming up next, we'll hear his side of the story. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
But I feel like my team just angry, you know. Not frustrated, we just angry because we know how hard we worked to get here.
Yeah, it was a bitter end to what was a remarkable season that they should be proud of. The Ravens and their fans, though, still processing yesterday's AFC Championship loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. A fourth quarter comeback thwarted by a few key mistakes, where the Ravens just fell short in the final moments, losing by the final score of 17-10.
Frustrating.
It is. He said it's not. He said angry is more the word.
Yeah,
so, yes, I get that. Welcome back on this Monday. 6:29 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Well, at least he gets to play flag football now, I guess. Maybe, right? Gets to go to the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, I guess. All right.
Yay.
It's not the big win there, though. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, it's still a great season, just like you guys said. And you know what? We'll see what happens with the Super Bowl coming up in just 13 days from right now. Looking outside, we are seeing what's going on with you, and you can see our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam, shaking around just a little bit. We do have some of the breezy to windy conditions already this morning. As we head later into the afternoon, that wind is going to really kick up. So 30s in western Maryland, actually some lower 40s in the DMV down from Baltimore over to Salisbury, right at 40 in Philly at this hour. So overall in your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Next couple of hours, temperatures hanging out in the lower 40s. So definitely grab a jacket and get yourself all bundled up before you head out. We'll top out at 48 today. Won't feel that way, however, with more of the wind that will be around. Back to the mid 40s into Tuesday and Wednesday. So numbers will be a little bit cooler. We do stay dry, mainly dry for most of the week. We'll take a closer look at when those temperatures tick up just a little bit coming up in a few.
Well, 6:31, and let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and taking a live look over Ruxton and Charles Street here in the inner and outer loops, moving smoothly around Baltimore. In fact, the only place you have to go is north of Frederick. No cameras showing it, and there is a collision. It's two vehicles involved. US 15 southbound right at Biggsford Road, but there's no cameras to show that. Everybody else, you're moving along just fine.
In your Ravens coverage this morning, win or lose, the flock was buzzing with excitement and support for the Ravens yesterday.
Oh, yeah, all week long. Taylor Stewart joining us live with how fans are reacting to the AFC Championship loss this morning. Taylor?
You guys, the flock is really still standing behind their team and their man, Lamar Jackson, after what has been an incredible season ended by a devastating loss last night to the Chiefs. Okay, so look here. Some of the key moments were the emotion that was displayed on the field. This is Odell Beckham consoling Zay Flowers as he consoled many of his teammates yesterday as the clock winded down. You can also see here just the emotion on Lamar Jackson's face as we're in the fourth, 1 minute left, the clock just running throughout the night, guys. But I got to tell you, there's some scathing words here from Stephen A. Smith. Game over. A taunting penalty by Flowers, followed by a fumble touchback. Don't get me started on the earlier penalties that led to KC scores. Honestly, it was a lot of emotion out there, guys, and that is kind of what got us here. The defense did its job. The offense couldn't carry through, and that's what Ravens fans had to say after the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed in our boys. That's rough. Like, I know they put everything they could. Offense didn't show up. Defense didn't show up.
The offense couldn't get it going. A couple of key turnovers. It just couldn't happen, and you can't count Pat Mahomes out.
Well, look, we also touched base with fans watching the game in Fells Point. Many of them disappointed, but look, not everybody. Take a listen.
I think the loss for Baltimore will give and generalize, what is it? We will rejuvenate us, yeah. And we're ready for next year. Awesome. We're ready for next year. We have done a great job this year, and Lamar is excellent, and I can't wait for the next season.
A final tweet here from Kevin, a nod to Ray Lewis's speech from the AFC Championship loss of 2011-2012. This year, we did what we were supposed to do. The fact is we have to come back and go to work and make sure we finish it out next time. So we're looking ahead to next season. Taylor Stewart, FOX45 News.
It's been a long road, like it's really hard when you know you're innocent and you feel like you ain't got no voice.
A man serving 115 years for murder is sharing his side of the story 13 years later.
Yeah, Olivia Dan joining us live this morning on a story that you're seeing first on Fox with why he's hoping a viral video confession could finally set him free. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, Sterling Matthews is only 13 years into his 115-year sentence, but according to Baltimore County Police, the investigation may be headed in a different direction after a video confession from Antonio Hart, who was killed during a police standoff. Take a listen to that confession.
I had that Glock 17 and that 25 caliber that night that killed Daquan. I did that 2010 Halloween, pen raising mask. Lil Sterling ain't do that. I love you, woo baby, but he ain't do that. Big Rambo did that.
But according to police, Sterling Matthews is the alleged shooter and killer of 16-year-old Daquan Burks. Matthews' first trial ended in a hung jury, and the second trial ended with a guilty verdict. Now Matthews' mother, Tanika Brogdon, is speaking out for the first time. She says the past 13 years, while her son has been in jail, have been a nightmare, and she's walking us through the events on the day of the murder.
We went to Halloween party, then we went trick-or-treating in the neighborhood, came back home. It was dark time. I mean, a regular night.
And Sterling was with you?
Yes.
So when you got home that night, do you remember Sterling leaving, or?
No.
He never left the house?
No.
When you heard the word guilty, what was your emotion?
Like somebody reached inside my body and snatched my soul.
Well, of course, now she's hoping that part of her soul will be back home soon. And Matthews is scheduled for a post-conviction hearing challenging his conviction in March. And his original attorney is hoping that the video confession will lead to a new trial. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Making headlines this morning, the Maryland Transportation Authority is investigating a crash on the Bay Bridge that involved 43 vehicles.
Yeah, this happened Saturday morning around 8, and officials have not said exactly how the crash started, but said weather may have played a role. Visibility near the Bay Bridge at the time was just a quarter mile due to the dense fog. Officials say 23 vehicles were involved in the initial chain reaction crash. An additional 20 were involved in the secondary crash. 13 people were hurt, 2 seriously. However, officials say they expect everyone to be okay.
A drone attack kills several U.S. soldiers in Jordan. The group claiming responsibility and how President Biden is responding.
Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby will be taking the stand again today. Just ahead, a closer look at whether or not we could also see Marilyn Mosby take the stand.
And temperatures will reach the 40s later today with windy conditions. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how the rest of your week is shaping up in his full Weather Authority forecast. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk. This skier is turning a winter wonderland into a winter funderland with a mixture of parasailing and skiing called paraskiing. And this drone video captures the beauty of wild horses south of Salt Lake City and Provo, and a view of the full moon rising over Lone Peak, Utah. For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:40, we are just getting word. The group claiming responsibility for a deadly assault in Jordan that killed U.S. soldiers is known as the Islamic Resistance in Iraq.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen. She's in our live center with what we know at this hour. Megan?
Yeah, here's what we know right now. We're hearing that 3 U.S. soldiers were killed, at least 34 others injured in this drone attack. Taking you live to the White House, where all eyes now on President Biden as he weighs his next move in this. Retaliation from Washington, guys. This could jeopardize a wider conflict in the Middle East, where something that officials have sought to avoid since the deadly October 7th Hamas attack on Israel there. So far, there have been more than 160 attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American forces in the region since mid-October. Yesterday, the president vowing retaliation, saying in part, quote, "We will hold all those responsible to account at a time and in a manner our choosing." Taking you live now to the Middle East here. We are watching for any response from Washington or the Middle East this morning, and we'll keep you updated right here from our live center as news breaks. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A man serving a 115-year sentence for murder, sharing his side of the story after 13 years. Still ahead, a story that you're seeing first on Fox, with why he's hoping a viral video confession could finally set him free.
A gut-punching end to a memorable season for the Ravens. Coming up, we take a look at how some of the fans are reacting to yesterday's loss. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .644 and topping your morning rush, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's ex-husband, Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby, will take the stand again today. Olivia Dance joins us live outside the courthouse. And Olivia, the question is, will we possibly see Marilyn Mosby take the stand?
Yeah, Patrice, of course, that's the big question, and it's definitely possible that Marilyn Mosby could take the stand right here at the federal courthouse in Greenbelt. But as you mentioned today, her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will take the stand again. Mr. Mosby took the stand just last week, taking responsibility for the couple's tax liabilities that have landed the former state attorney in a federal courtroom, fighting 2 mortgage fraud charges levied against her for the purchase of 2 Florida vacation homes. Mr. Mosby saying, quote, ultimately, it was because of my mismanagement of the tax situation that she's here in court, end quote. Now, if found guilty, the mortgage fraud counts each carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in federal prison. And coming up in just about 15 minutes, a legal expert explains the possibility and importance of Marilyn Mosby taking the stand, too. Back to you.
Fox 45 News will be back in the courtroom later today. You can follow along with all of our coverage of this trial on air and at foxbaltimore.com.
In the meantime, the Ravens season comes to an end after losing to the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. Taylor Stewart joining us live this morning in studio with how it all went down at M&T Bank Stadium. Taylor?
You guys, we could not get the lead at all in this game. Really, the Chiefs came out strong. They had obviously studied film. They covered all pockets, and their tactic at the end of the day was bring down Lamar. We're going to break down some of the key plays from that game in just about 15 minutes here. We're also looking at fan reaction that's been pouring into our newsroom. We'll explain it all, just a few here, coming up at 7 o'clock. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Taylor, we know you are excited about the upcoming big game. Now you can celebrate it with some extra cash. Here's the chance for you to win by playing the big game trivia.
Grab your phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 gift card. Play the big game trivia, get the question right, and you could win that daily prize of a $100 gift card. The daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win $5,000. Again, you just scan the QR code, you get the big game trivia question of the day. Now it is 6:46, and we want to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Do you guys like corn chips?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
I don't think I've ever purchased them myself.
Leave them.
Fritos, right?
I only buy them when I do turkey chili, like the charcuterie board.
Crunch them.
Yeah. All right, that's good. Well, it's National Corn Chip Day. That's the only reason I said that, because, you know,
figured.
And they're good for you. Like Fritos, if you look, there's only like 3 or 4 ingredients.
Did you just say Fritos are good for you?
Yes, look at the ingredients. I'm telling you, man. Look it up.
I'm not going to go that far.
Look it up. Look it up.
Good for you.
All right. Good morning to all of you. Enjoying whatever you have for breakfast this morning, and some coffee with us as well. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. We still have some clouds kind of hanging around from the weekend rain and kind of that mist that was around. We actually are now above average for the year in terms of rainfall. We've had a lot of moisture so far in the month of January. We will start to dry out today. So even though these clouds are hanging around right now, we do expect to see at least some breaks in the clouds with the sun popping up in a little bit. 42 your temperature right now, BWI. Northwest wind about 10 to 15 miles an hour, and that wind is going to continue to kick up as we head later into the afternoon. But right now, across the region, HD radar is pretty much quiet as all of that rain is all done. This trough of low pressure just to the south of us, so we'll get that northwesterly wind picking up behind that system, and that's what's going to kick up our wind speed later today. As you rise and shine, next few hours, friends, our temperatures mainly going to be in the lower 40s here with that sun up officially at 7:16. And if you're hanging out there at Fells Point, the 10 o'clock hour will be in the lower 40s. Numbers will get to the mid to upper 40s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon, but it's not going to feel that way because we'll have the wind that will be with us as well. So those wind speed, or the wind chill, I should say, is going to be more like the upper 30s and lower 40s. Even that 4 and 5 o'clock hour should still hang on to about 45 for your high. Notice the average this time of year is 43. So pretty close to that number for a lot of us across Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville. Mid 40s for you in the Eastern Shore, 46 in Annapolis and 45 in Columbia. Up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those low. Mid-40s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C., so most of the mid-Atlantic staying in the 40s. And notice the next few days we're going to be near that average number, but Thursday and Friday we get a little bit of a bump there with some lower 50s and some milder air returning as we get into the brand new month. This is our future scan. So again, those clouds stick with us through most of the afternoon, but we will see some pockets of sunshine. A lot less wind on Tuesday. Tuesday, a pretty nice day to get out and about. And then Wednesday, there's another weak system coming through. Earlier model runs did have some more of that moisture with that, but now it's looking more moisture starved. So probably just a few showers here and there on Wednesday. Not too much to get excited about. Still have those great Ravens pet picks. We were doing that basically the last couple of weeks, and that is Bella. That's kind of maybe how we all feel this morning, right? Like, rah, 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 because it's a Monday, but Bella still looks cute. So thank you very much for that shot. And of course, you can always get your pet picks to me, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We'll put them on TV. All right, so here we go. Our 7-day forecast. Yep, we do have that hog coming in on Friday, the groundhog, that is. So that is Groundhog Day, February 2nd. We're actually cooler as we head into the first weekend of the new month, but we do stay mainly dry with temps into the 40s. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking out our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a live look around the Baltimore region and our traffic map. At this hour, everybody pretty much moving smoothly. No issues on those roads, as you can see from our cameras there.
Montgomery County man shells out $73,000 for 2 seats at M&T Bank Stadium Sunday. The man, who's only known as Will, says he purchased the 2 tickets the morning that they went on sale. He had recently won $76,000 on a sports wager and used the bulk of his winnings to pay for those 2 tickets.
Why don't we take the $76,000 and use it and just buy the most expensive ticket we can get? You know, obviously I know I could get a cheaper ticket, but just get some attention.
Okay, well, some tickets were sold for as little as $300.
I think I missed the logic there. All right, well, here you go. A bright spot for you this morning. The Maryland Zoo hoping to put a smile on Ravens fans' faces after yesterday's tough loss. Here is chimpanzee Raven and her daughter Violet. They were donning their favorite purple and black Raven scarf. We appreciate everybody's spirit.
Bringing virtual reality to Baltimore County. Next hour, we take you to a place with the tools to take you to a completely different world.
Wake up for a simple workout to start the week off right. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, the easy exercises you can do to get your blood pumping before you even head out the door in the morning.
Well, before you head out the door in the morning, you want to chill out and get some caffeine, especially if you're up watching the second game.
Workout, coffee to get you going.
Chill out and work
Probably
out.
both is good, but let's go for a coffee break right now.
Their opening arguments to the jury was, we have no evidence against Mr. Matthews. Sterling, myself, Talon Zaire.
What's it been like the last 13 years without your son Sterling?
A nightmare, a bad dream, like a part of my soul is missing.
Video confession of a murder 13 years earlier. The man confessing is now dead after a barricade and hostage situation with Baltimore County Police. Now, a man serving 115 years may get another chance in court. Joining us now, political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
Sterling Matthews has continued to his innocence from 2010, Halloween night, when there was a murder. Now we're hearing a confession that came through TikTok. Antonio Hart's confession. Does this look bad for the justice system as Matthews' case is not given another day in court?
No, it does not. Sterling, who's confessed, who is behind bars, was Antonio's man. This is gang affiliate, okay? And we know how these gangs work. But what it does, Tom, it forces the SAO to open a post-conviction investigation to all the cases that have been mentioned now. However, unless and until they find and catch Antonio, who confessed, and convict him of the murder, it's highly unlikely that Sterling is coming home unless he has more evidence, more than just his word.
So Antonio, he was in that hostage situation with other people, ended up dying a few minutes after that recording, or a little bit after that recording, confessing to all these murders. It's almost like he was coming clean, though, is what people are saying. This looks like he's okay, I'm going to come clean here and tell you about the other murders. One happened in 2011. That other murder remains unsolved, too. So you're saying, okay, well, if he's coming clean here, shouldn't that mean that then he was being completely innocent and he just wanted to let his conscience go?
You know, when you're dealing with the system of justice, it's all about forensic. They have to examine the evidence. Listen, I have no doubt that he was, maybe he was having a conscious moment, but still, it was gang related. Okay. They were all part of this. Whether he was home, which his mother confessed, his mother said he was home that night in bed, he was not on. He knows something. He has information. And what he has to do is provide information that places Antonio directly at that murder scene and at that situation where the young girl died. And the other thing is, he's had all these years to do just that. Even though you profess your innocence, you got to profess it to give the authorities the kind of evidence that they need in order to go and arrest this guy. But this guy's dead now. So still, he's in a predicament. It's just you got to see how it plays out. Because all of a sudden, because he's dead, maybe he doesn't have the obligations to the gang that he had before. But this is what happens when you join these gangs. This is where you can end up behind bars, being the fall guy, because sometimes this is what you must do for initiation.
Armstrong, last question for you then. You hear this and you see, okay, 115 years of prison for, at the time, he was 16 years old when this happened. Why is he getting 115? We know of lots and lots of other people that have committed murder, and they've gotten a lot less on their sentence and have been out within a decade.
It makes absolutely no sense. This is something that you and I agree on, and people commit multiple murders and have far less of a sentencing. It doesn't make any sense. He should not serve 115 years. But the message here, Tom, let's not lose the message here, is what happens when your child is affiliated with a gang and the ultimate price that they pay. I know his mother grieved about it, is heartbroken, but the message is keep your kids away from gang affiliation, because this is where you may end up.
Leave it right there. Armstrong Williams, thank you.
Thank you.
And just like that, the Ravens season comes to an end. We have a breakdown of the highs and lows from last night's game and some fan reaction coming into our newsroom.
Today, Marilyn Mosby's ex-husband, Nick Mosby, will testify again in her federal trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains the possibility of Marilyn Mosby taking the stand, too.
Our temperature's not too bad right now. We have some clouds still hanging around. We do expect to see some sun today, but that wind is going to kick up. We'll talk about how long the windy conditions stay with us.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, January 29th. It is still a good Monday morning, even though we had a loss yesterday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, 2 games yesterday. It all came down to turnovers for both of those teams that we hoped were going to make it to the Super Bowl, but the others have made it to the Super Bowl.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. You and I went with Detroit for our pigskin picks. Didn't work out well for us.
No, it did not either. And none of us got the Ravens right. We all picked the Ravens, of course, because we thought that was going to turn out differently, but it's all good. Hey, we're back at it on a Monday, and we are wrapping up the month of January. We're starting with some cloud cover, but we do have some breaks underneath those clouds, and we do expect to see a little bit more sunshine later today instead of being fogged in like we were over most of the weekend. 30s and lower 40s right now for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City at 41. 42 Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Elk Ridge, you're at 40 right now. So a cool Monday morning, breezy to windy for the afternoon. Those temperatures today and this week are going to be a lot closer to average. So if you are out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, just know numbers will stay in the lower 40s, a little chilly for that outdoor exercise. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How's that Monday commute going so far, Tom?
Yeah, the traffic's starting to pick up here, Justin. Thank you. Len Stoll Traffic Network taking a live look around the Baltimore region directly, and you can see a little bit of yellow. South of this map, though, is where on the BW Parkway you're starting to see a lot of backup there, and that's just the volume. The only incident to report is 70, and you have to go to Frederick for that. 2 vehicles involved. They're westbound there, and they're causing a little bit of a delay if you're heading out of Frederick or heading into Frederick here from Baltimore. Everybody else is moving along just fine.
Just weren't able to, we had a couple opportunities to score down there. We didn't get the touchdowns. I mean, it was really a defensive struggle if you step back and look at the whole game. And they were able to score the points, and we weren't.
And the job's not done. I mean, our job now is to prepare ourselves to play a good football team in the Super Bowl and try to get that ring.
And a half, they stopped that man right there, the Ravens defense. In your Sports Unlimited coverage, the Ravens season comes to an end after losing to the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC Championship game.
The Chiefs are now Super Bowl bound. They're going to meet the San Francisco 49ers in Las Vegas on February 11th. This morning, we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Megan Gillen is going to join us from the Live Center. She's got more about this Super Bowl matchup.
We begin with Taylor Stewart. She's joining us here in studio with how it all went down at M&T Bank Stadium. Taylor.
Oh, that's right. The Ravens really had a chance there to cut the lead late in the third. But some late game mistakes and some surgical offense from the Chiefs really made the difference last night. So let's look back at some of the big plays, okay? Q1, the Chiefs coming in hot with Patrick Mahomes hitting Travis Kelce with this pass, cutting straight through the end zone. That started it off here. We were with Chiefs with 7-0. This was in the beginning of the game. The Ravens offense, though, responding accordingly here. This is Lamar Jackson escaping a sack, throwing it down low, 30-yard touchdown pass to Zay Flowers, tying the game here. And a little dance here on the end zone, but not again, guys. A few plays later in the second half, the Chiefs making it to the end zone with Isaiah Pacheco nailing this pass from Mahomes, rumbling in the end zone. The score there going into the third, 14-7 Chiefs. Neither team was able to score in the third, actually the fourth. Ravens were able to make it into the end zone, rather with a one possession game, but Lamar, he headed it over to Zay Flowers, stretching that goal line, but was punched out by Ladarius Sneed. This is really the attack plan that we saw all night from the Chiefs as they continually blitzed Lamar, trying to cover all of those open pockets. Justin Tucker was able to cut the lead late in the game with a 43-yard goal, but not enough to seal the deal. Lamar Jackson did speak about the game and the season after the game.
Well, I'm not frustrated at all. I'm angry about, losing. We're a game away from the Super Bowl. We've been waiting all this time, all these moments for an opportunity like this, and we failed. But I feel like our team, we're gonna build. This offseason we're gonna get right, get better, grind, and try to be in this position again, but on the other side of victory.
Ultimately, emotions really got the best of the team towards the end of the game. Zay Flowers slammed his hand on the bench out of frustration, and that would end the season. But an incredible run for the Flock, and they're looking ahead now to next season. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Even though it was a tough loss for the Ravens, we love seeing how you were showing off your purple pride before and during the game. Ronald sent us this photo from his watch party. He looks great standing beside the next NFL MVP.
And Diana from Delaware sent us this picture of her son, Camden Tucker. She says her son was named after Justin Tucker because he was born the day that the Ravens beat the Steelers by a field goal. Love it.
Oh, let's check out this man cave here, too. This is James in Owings Mills sent us this photo. Not bad at all. You got the leather seats, big TV, all memorabilia scattered throughout that room on the walls and all over the place.
You can always chime in with your favorite photos and videos. Scan the QR code right there on your screen, and that will take you to the Chime In tab at foxbaltimore.com, and that's where you can submit your pictures. You can also do it through the WBFF app.
Well, this year's Super Bowl now has the Chiefs taking on the 49ers.
Megan Gillen is at our live center breaking down that matchup. Megan.
That's right, taking you live to Las Vegas, and this is where Super Bowl 58 is now just under 2 weeks away here. Game time, February 11th at 6:30 p.m. happening inside Allegiant Stadium there. The Chiefs now heading.
Our job now is to prepare ourselves to play a good football team in the Super Bowl and try to get that ring.
The 49ers, meantime, coming off the largest comeback in NFC Championship game history. Thought it was going to be Detroit till the end there. They rallied to beat the Lions last night 34-31 in a tight one there. The 49ers now heading to the Super Bowl for the first time since the 2019 season, ready to face Kansas City again.
Close a number of times, and this time we got it done, and we're going to spend these 2 weeks to prepare and make sure it's a hell of a game.
So now it comes down to this. Right now, Vegas has the 49ers as a 1.5-point favorite here. That's the consensus right here. Heading into this big game, something to keep in mind. The underdog has covered the spread in the past 3 Super Bowls. If you're thinking about heading it out, just as a spectator here, check out ticket prices here. Upper Deck right now, we're looking at $7,682. Let's head to the 50-yard line, see what tickets are there. Whoa! $26,989. It goes up to 30. Oh my goodness. All right. Section C112, 58,000. Come on. Wow. Come on. Oh, that's for 2 tickets. That's a good seat, though. That's for 2 tickets at least. But come on. That's crazy. Meantime, the other crazy thing that this has become a part of our life now, looking for Taylor Swift at these games. She's apparently going to be there. Despite having a concert in Japan the night before, she is planning to fly from Tokyo to Vegas to make it to the game and then continue that tour afterwards in Australia just a few days later. So you'll see Taylor in one of those suites. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you guys.
We saw Taylor a lot.
Yeah, they like to show Taylor.
They went to her often.
It's like the new Godfather, right? She's just sitting up there, just kind of controlling everything. Yeah, all right.
NFL is loving that.
Yeah, they are. Cha-ching, cha-ching every time they show her. Yeah. All right, let's get a check of your forecast. Speaking of cha-ching.
I like on the national broadcast, they did a little thing. You know, they did little bump shots when they come in from commercial, and they were at Costas. And I was like, oh my gosh, like we all know that place. Yeah. And, you know, people around the world or country are going like, what is this place? And we're like, yeah, that's where you get real good crabs. So good morning to all of you. Our Towson cam right now, not too bad. It's a little shaky because the wind is already picking up out there. So we're seeing that at this time. 30s and 40s, your number right there. Bel Air at 37, 39 in Chestertown, 44 currently in Annapolis. So as you head out the door this morning, grab a jacket and have the sunglasses just in case, because we do see that sun popping up a little bit later this afternoon. No need for the umbrella. We're done with the rain for now. Should top out about 48 today, but it's going to feel colder than that because we'll have the breezy to windy conditions. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
7:08, and we have some continuing coverage on the federal trial against former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Her ex-husband, Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby, is expected to take the stand again today.
Olivia Dance is joining us live with a closer look at whether or not we could see Marilyn Mosby also take the stand. Olivia.
You know, Patrice and Tom, it's certainly possible that Marilyn Mosby could take the stand right here at the federal courthouse in Greenbelt. But as you mentioned today, her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will take the stand again. Mr. Mosby took the stand just last week, taking responsibility for the couple's tax liabilities that have landed the former state's attorney in a federal courtroom, fighting 2 mortgage fraud charges levied against her for the purchase of 2 Florida vacation homes. Mr. Mosby saying, quote, ultimately, it was because of my mismanagement of the tax situation that she's here in court, end quote. And attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who is not affiliated with this case, calls it a ploy for sympathy, with Nick Mosby falling on the sword to clear his ex-wife of failing to disclose a tax lien on their Baltimore home, a lien that Miss Mosby says she was unaware of.
In a marital relationship, both people are going to be checking the mail. So the idea that Marilyn Mosby didn't check her mail and didn't see this tax lien, although numerous letters came over a 5-year period, is not believable.
Of course, whether or not the jury believes that is what this case comes down to. Tom, back to you.
Yeah, does Attorney Jeremy Eldridge, you just heard, think that Marilyn Mosby will be taking the stand?
Yeah, Tom, he does. In fact, he doesn't think that there's any other way out. So take a listen to exactly what he said about that.
Marilyn Mosby has to testify. I think at this point, especially if the prosecutors can dig in, and Nick, you have to hear a story from Marilyn. And she's promised for the last 3 years that she was going to testify publicly.
If found guilty, the mortgage fraud counts each carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in federal prison. But for now, reporting live in Greenbelt, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, for our full coverage on the Mosby trial and the latest developments from court, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
How can a fire truck, any fire truck, get through here? How can an ambulance get through here?
It creates a congestion that is unnerving and unnecessary.
Continuing coverage, complaints appear to be growing over the city's plan to reduce traffic lanes to make more space for bike lanes. In West Baltimore, residents say the move is putting their lives in danger. Community leaders along Gwynns Falls Parkway say city transportation officials have failed to satisfy their concerns about the redesign of the busy westbound roadway. In October, the city reduced the 2-lane road to 1 lane and added a parking lane. However, that redesign has created blocks of congested traffic and has eliminated emergency vehicles from gaining easy access through that area. At a virtual meeting last week, city transportation officials told residents that the redesign of the road is for the safety of those on the road.
Trying to reduce crashes, trying to keep neighbors who are driving through there from bringing crashes, trying to keep your cars from being hit.
Transportation officials couldn't answer how many crashes had taken place on that road. Residents are demanding the city provide the community with a safer design, but so far city officials aren't budging. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. 3 U.S. soldiers killed, many more wounded in an attack overseas. Who's claiming responsibility and the response from the White House?
AI is serving as a medical assistant. What healthcare providers are using this budding technology for and how it can benefit patients in the future. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
7:15. Artificial intelligence is gaining popularity across almost all industries. But what about when it comes to your health care? How exactly is it being used there, and can we trust it to keep us healthy? For today's Monday Morning House Call, Rachel Whiteside, Chief Nursing Information Officer for GBMC, is joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. All right, so let's talk about AI in healthcare. Where are we currently with AI in healthcare? How's it being used?
Yeah, so today we're really looking at this from an efficiency purpose, trying to help with those administrative tasks, and then identifying people that are at risk for certain diseases or needs. So really it's more of a research and administrative workflow.
And so practically, how does that work at GBMC? How do you incorporate it in your day-to-day healthcare?
So right now, what we're doing is piloting a program that when a patient sends their provider a message, an in-basket message, the provider will open up their in-basket. The AI will have started a draft note based on what the patient has entered and what's in their chart, and then determine if the note is sufficient or if edits need to be made.
So what do you see as the future? Will it be confined to things like that, the administrative, the research side, or are we going to see this in much more extreme ways? Are we going to be talking about this in surgeries and actual healthcare and treatment? What do you think?
So, we're really seeing this in our offices in the ambulatory setting where you're having a regular conversation with your provider, the AI is listening, and then from that conversation, the note will be generated for the provider and speed things up. It's much more natural for you to have that conversation with your provider. They're not at the computer. Long term, we'd love to see where this goes, but right now we're sticking with the research and some efficiency tasks.
And that makes sense. You can see that's helpful because that translates to other industries as well, using it in that way. What do you say though to patients who are a little leery? They're like, I don't know enough about AI. I don't trust it. I don't want it involved in anything that has to do with me. How do you bring them on board and get them to see that there are some benefits?
Sure. So really, the provider is at the center of all of this. There will be nothing done without your provider's awareness. They read all of these generated draft messages. They look at the components that create the risk score. Your provider's still at the heart of AI.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much. Interesting to see where it is and where we might be headed.
Thank you.
7:18 is the time on this Monday morning, and my goodness, those lines that you hear every state I've lived in. They always say, "Oh, if you don't like the weather here in Maryland, wait 30 minutes." Mm-hmm. We kind of had one of those this past weekend. I mean, literally had sunblock and shorts on at Friday and Thursday.
There was that. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here to see if there'll be more of that. I mean, because we had snow.
Yeah. Right.
We went through the whole range.
We've done through. Yeah, we've run the gamut. I think. I mean, we pretty much the only thing we didn't have is big old hurricane or anything. But we don't want to have that headed our way. However, it was nice to kind of have the heater off over the last couple of days and actually open up the windows, got some fresh air in the house. That was a nice change of pace. And we're going to be back to more January-like numbers today. You can see those clouds are still kind of hanging around. We do expect to see some breaks in the clouds as we get later into the afternoon, as that wind will continue to pick up too. Right now, holding steady about 7 to 10 miles an hour out of the west, but we'll see more of a northwesterly component to that wind for the day today. Right about 41, your current temperature at BWI. And you can see some of those wind speeds about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Westminster, Bel Air, out through Chestertown and Stevensville. Notice where those arrows are coming from. That's where the direction of the wind is coming from. And you can see as we take you into our future scan through later this afternoon, these are your feels like temperatures. So even though our temps will be in the mid to upper 40s, it will feel more like the mid to upper 30s, maybe right about 40 degrees for the wind chill. So kind of a chilly, brisk afternoon with that wind that's going to stay with us as well. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, you'll still need to get them bundled up because temperatures this morning are hanging out in the 40s, but mid 40s by noontime and recess. And when you pick them up this afternoon, again, those mid to upper 40s. Overall, not a bad day, just the fact that we have to deal with a lot of wind. Hank the Bird, he's back with us this morning. Good morning, Hank. All right. See, he's excited for the Oriole birds. Yeah, because we got to kind of shift our focus to pitchers and catchers in a couple weeks down there in Florida. All right, here's a look at our high temps today. Average is 43. So a lot of us near that number for Westminster and Reisterstown. 44 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. 46 in Towson. Meanwhile, for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties, we'll see a lot of those mid to upper 40s as well. It will feel cooler than that with that wind. Notice our temperature tracker. Next few days stay near average, but a little bump there Thursday and Friday with lower 50s returning. That's going to be the first few days of February. You can see in our future scan, we do have those clouds kind of hanging around through the day today. A lot less wind tomorrow with partly cloudy skies. There's a weak system coming through on Wednesday that is going to bring us more cloud cover, maybe a stray shower or two, but notice that the green blobs or the blue blobs not even really there on Wednesday, as that system has been a little bit less intense coming through. Shout out to Sharon Burton. Look at Raven the pug. That is a cute doggy right there, and a great name too. Obviously still have a lot of great Ravens pet pics. So you can send me your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com, and we'll put your pets on TV every weekday morning. That's what we do. All right, so here's our 7-day forecast. Yeah, there he is. Stuart the groundhog. He's right there on Friday. Give me the side eye. Anyway, after we get through Friday, we'll see temperatures that'll be cooler for the first weekend of the new month. Patrice?
All right, Justin, looking at the Lynn Stoller traffic network, we have an accident to tell you about. It's on I-95 southbound in Calverton. It's right before exit 29. That's right there at Maryland 212. They're currently clearing the accident, getting it off to the right shoulder, so cars are able to get by now. So that should start moving things along, but still a little bit of a slow go there. Other than that, no other incidents to report.
Happening now, love is in the air. Next Level Chef and A Farmer Wants a Wife are back for their new seasons right here. You can watch them on Fox 45, and we're getting you ready for Valentine's Day to celebrate.
The best part is you don't have to be a chef or a farmer to win.
Just tell us your recipe for love. It's the Fox 45 Love at First Bite contest, and we want to woo a love interest, maybe spread love just around the Baltimore area. The Fox 45 Morning News viewer with the winning idea receives $2,500 to spend as they wish.
Just head to foxbaltimore.com/contest to enter and watch Next Level Chef, followed by Farmer Wants a Wife Thursday nights on Fox 45.
Americans kicking off tax season today. How long? You and millions all across our country have to file.
And this morning I'm at Maryland's only roving virtual reality arena. I'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:25. Get ready for the world's greatest virtual reality experience.
Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark had the gun and he was walking around with, all right, you holstered your weapon there. All right, Mark. So tell us about what's going on here in the AI world, or is it just virtual reality, VR?
Yeah, I guess it's both. We have Pam and Denise. This is their baby, the only one in Maryland, a roaming virtual reality arena.
Yes, that's
Pam,
correct.
Tell us about this.
We are a zero latency franchise. We're located in Owings Mills, Maryland. We're the first in Maryland. So come check us out at our grand opening located in Owings Mills.
Denise?
Yes. Grand opening is Friday. Friday, February the 2nd. We're giving away free games, free 15-minute games from 10 to 2. On Saturday, we're giving away free 15-minute games from 12 to 3. Come and discover new worlds today.
And so Tom was just saying, AI, virtual reality, this is the future.
This is the futuristic, fun plan, a game for everyone. Ages 12 on up. Everyone can have fun. This is a date night, a game night. Everybody come see us today.
Talk about, now look, Valentine's Day is coming. It doesn't, and it's not just like guns and helmets. It's like creative games. There's puzzles. There's romantic games. A whole bunch of stuff you can do.
We have a game for everyone. We have mazes. We have puzzles. We have combat. We have something for you. Come see us. Check us out. You don't want to miss us.
I love it. Pam was like, Denise she's the animated one. You were right, Pam. We're here this morning, guys. Again, this is virtual reality. This is the future. And again, this is actually a unique date night activity. So.
All right. Well, so virtual reality is fun, but so now we want to see how it works next time, because like if you're all out there on the floor, are you running into people? So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
A lot of questions.
That's right. We'll give you all the information.
All right.
Thank you, Mark.
All right. Well, if you want that information, you can also go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Chilly start to the new week with a bump in temperature. That's to come. We have a look ahead, though, at your upcoming week in the weather with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
A man serving 115 years for murder is hoping a new confession will reopen his case. Coming up next, we'll hear his side of the story.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Taking a live look there at M&T Bank Stadium, where the energy was just electric yesterday, but in the end, it didn't matter. The Ravens season came to an end following their loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. Final score, 17-10.
They got the job done, but I just think it's not getting the job done and just knowing the potential and the guys that you have in the locker room. And, you know, we all put so much on the line, just like anyone else, and just to let ourselves down in that position, it sucks. And just knowing how close we were to what we really wanted, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's just gotta add more fuel to you at the end of the day, and that's how I'm taking it. So that's what it's gonna be. But it definitely sucks and hurts.
That's the good way to wrap that up.
It is, yeah, it's great.
Good definition. Good way. All right, well, welcome back on this Monday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and the calls on taunting. Travis Kelce's first touchdown, taunting. And then you had Zay Flowers' amazing catch. He got called for taunting. I agree with that one. But they did not call the other side. Just saying, just putting that out there.
I mean, it's Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
That's true.
You can't
get called for taunting.
What are you saying? All right, we've got to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
He was unusually feisty yesterday, too. I was kind of irritated
all the
with
whole
him.
stuff before the game with Justin Tucker
exactly.
and stuff.
And look, I hate the Chiefs anyway, so they just whatever. But you hold Mahomes and those guys to all punts in the second half, 0 points. Right. And you would think, man, this is it. This is it. All you got to do. And we just couldn't get it done. So close. But anyway, let's turn our attention to today and Monday. It is Monday, everybody, and it's a brand new week. Last couple of days of January. If you don't like January and you're ready for spring, well, it's right around the corner, friends. So our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, a little shaky right now, only because that wind is blowing. We're in the 30s and 40s for Bel Air, Cockeysville, over to Woodlawn right now at 39. 41, Baltimore City out to Rosedale, Essex, and Middle River also at 41. If you're out for a run or a jog next few hours, you want to get some exercise in, or just out for a walk, we're seeing those numbers staying chilly here for the next few hours. But we'll top out at 48 today. Overall, not bad. It's just going to feel colder with that wind chill. We're back to the mid-40s with less wind tomorrow, and Wednesday, a few more clouds roll in as a weak system comes by as well. Now, we do have some numbers getting back to the 50s. We'll talk about when that happens and what we can expect as we get into the first weekend of the brand new month. Coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and find out how the roads are around Baltimore. We keep showing you this Lock Raven Boulevard shot. You can see the volume starting to pick up. There are a little bit of fender benders around Maryland right now, mainly out in the Frederick area, too, that you have in south of Baltimore City in between D.C. Not really causing any issues for us here unless you're on 270. There's an accident and now some debris left over on the highway, and that's causing some slowdowns. All right, let's talk about the Ravens and all the coverage this morning. Win or lose, the flock was buzzing with excitement and support for the Ravens all over Maryland.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with fans and their reactions to the AFC Championship loss. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. The flock is still standing behind their team and their man, Lamar Jackson, after an incredible season, a heartbreaking loss last night. But look at this. A lot of folks kind of chiming into what Justin said here. Look, KC has gotten every single call, many of them correct, but the refs are missing some of the calls that would help Baltimore. They missed a flag and a tackle. Other folks are calling out saying, hey, I'm sick and tired of the Chiefs getting carried by the refs year after year. Enough is enough. Hating, I don't know. But the real reason, guys, the defense did its job, but the offense really couldn't carry through. And that's what a lot of fans were saying last night. Take a listen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed in our boys. That's rough. Like, I know they put everything they could. Offense didn't show up. Defense didn't show up.
The offense couldn't get it going. A couple of key turnovers just couldn't happen, and you can't count Pat Mahomes out.
Well, look, we also talked to fans who are watching the game in Fells Point. Many of them disappointed, but not everybody. Take a listen.
I think the loss for Baltimore will give we will rejuvenate us, and we're ready for next year. Awesome. We're ready for next year. We have done a great job this year, and Lamar is excellent, and I can't wait for the next season.
All right, guys, real question here. Now, is this the face of a man who's giving up? I don't think so. Everyone here on social media, while the loss was devastating, everyone noting here the emotion that was displayed by the team. Odell Beckham comforting his teammates in the wake of this loss in that final moments of the game here. You can see that clock running down. But look, guys, it's time to look towards next season. This year they came in, they did what they were supposed to do. The fact is they have to come back and make it work and finish it out next time. A nod to Ray Lewis's speech back when they lost in 2011, 2012. But look, the season's over, but we're moving on to next year. We'll continue to follow the updates here and bring you the latest here in Fox 45 Morning News. Taylor Stewart.
It's been a long road. Like, it's really hard when you know you're innocent and you feel like you ain't got no voice.
A man serving a 115-year sentence for a murder is sharing his side of the story after 13 years.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning on a story you're seeing first on Fox with why he is hoping that a viral video confession could finally set him free. Olivia.
You know, Patrice, Sterling Matthews is only 13 years into his 115-year sentence, but now, according to Baltimore County Police, the investigation may be headed in a different direction after a video confession by Antonio Hart, who was killed during a police standoff. Take a listen to that confession.
I had that Glock 17 and that 25 caliber that night that killed Daquan. I did that 2010 Halloween, pen raising mask. Boy, Sterling ain't do that. I love you, woo baby, but he ain't do that. Big Rambo did that.
But according to police, Sterling Matthews is the alleged shooter and killer of 16-year-old Daquan Burks. Matthews' first trial ended in a hung jury, and the second trial ended with a guilty verdict. Now Matthews' mother, Tanika Brogdon, is speaking out for the first time. She says the past 13 years, while her son has been in jail, have been a nightmare, and she's walking us through the events on the day of the murder.
We went to Halloween party, then we went trick-or-treating in the neighborhood. Came back home. It was dark time. I mean, a regular night.
And Sterling was with you?
Yes.
So when you got home that night, do you remember Sterling leaving, or?
No.
He never left the house?
No.
When you heard the word guilty, what was your emotion?
Like somebody reached inside my body and snatched my soul.
Of course, now she's hoping that part of her soul will be back home again soon. And Matthews is scheduled for a post-conviction hearing challenging his conviction in March. His original attorney is hoping that the video confession will lead to a new trial. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The city's Board of Estimates quietly approves a $250,000 contract increase for a company tasked with redesigning the city's website. Why the boost is raising some red flags.
And a drone attack kills several U.S. soldiers in Jordan. The group claiming responsibility and how President Biden is responding.
A cooler day ahead with highs in the 40s this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking a cold front heading toward our region. That's ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We are just getting word the group claiming responsibility for a deadly assault in Jordan that killed U.S. soldiers is known as the Islamic Resistance in Iraq.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we know at this hour. Megan.
Yeah, right now, guys, we know that 3 U.S. soldiers were killed in this, at least 34 others injured in the drone attack. We want to take you live to the White House now, where really all eyes are turning on President Biden. See if we can pull that up for you here. Here, I can pull a shot up here on our smart board for you this morning, because really this is where the attention is right now. We know retaliation from Washington could jeopardize a wider conflict in the Middle East war, something that officials have sought to avoid since the deadly October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. So far, there have been more than 160 attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American forces in the region. That is since mid-October. Yesterday, the president vowing retaliation, saying in part, quote, take a look at this, we will hold all those responsible to account at a time and in a manner our choosing. We are watching for any new response from Washington or the Middle East here this morning. We'll keep you updated right here from our live center as news breaks.
Today, Marilyn Mosby's ex-husband, Nick Mosby, will testify again in her federal trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains the possibility of Marilyn Mosby taking the stand, too.
From tires to old sofas, illegal dumping is on the rise. How one county in California is now taking action and tackling the problem head on. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. .45 and developing now, Fresno County, California, ramping up its resources to address the issue of illegal dumping.
Myra Franco with our Sinclair sister station in Fresno joins us with more on how local leaders are working to sweep away these sites.
Trash, couches, refrigerators, tires too, dumped and piled up in parts of Fresno County.
We've got a backlog right now of about 500 different sites that have been called in throughout the entire county that need to be addressed.
And Fresno County supervisors say these eyesores have only gotten worse in recent years.
We've seen a huge spike.
Just this past month, the Fresno County Board of Supervisors approved additional spending to hire 4 new contractors to help clear out illegal dump sites.
So we've got a couple of new contractors that are going to be brought on board to assist county crews in going out as soon as we identify illegal dumps that have taken place. So those don't sit there for, weeks or even months.
He says most of the time,
a lot of people just don't know what to do with a lot of the debris or garbage that they have.
Maxig wants to encourage the public to take their items to either the county's hazardous waste site or trash facility. Bottom line, there are options beyond the nearest corner or open field.
I would encourage you to call the county if you have items that need to be picked up, and we'll be responsive, and the fee is very low.
Well, back in June, Fox 45 News told you the story about Fabu Sabino, who owns an auto repair shop in southwest Baltimore.
He claimed people were illegally dumping things in the alley right behind his shop since January.
City government no help. I report everywhere. I looking for help. I pay my tax. I expect something good back in the community.
Well, Fabu and his employees say they made dozens of calls to 311 to report the piles of debris and the offenders.
We give them all the information they need. We've spent money to get the information they need to catch these people, and they just don't try.
We spent about $3,800 including, almost $4 grand is including everything up. They put the cameras, we can catch and prosecute the person, but nobody prosecuted until now.
We get high HD video zoomed up, 30 times optical zoom on that camera. We have people's faces, tag numbers, probably could read their ID if they took it out, and that's still not enough.
In the meantime, the city has said they have cameras in some hot spots to help catch illegal dumpers, but they say if residents see something, they should say something, like getting the offender's license plate like they did, and then call 311.
Now, if you see any instance of illegal dumping that's happening in your neighborhood, we want to see it. You can submit your pictures and videos to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or you can use your Fox 45 mobile app. Just click on the Explore tab, then chime in.
All right, 7:48, and we need to get back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
You guys get any Fritos yet?
No.
The
That's
healthy
not on
chip?
the to-do list.
Yeah, National Corn Chip Day. Come on, there's corn, man. Corn and some oil, that's it. It's like 3 ingredients. Good stuff. All right. Maybe the oil's not as good, but either way. All right, here we go. We're looking out over the stadiums. We've got Top Golf there. Of course, we got on the bottom right of your screen, Oriole Park at Camden Yards. It is going to be just a couple of months, guys, until we have opening day. And remember, the O's open at the end of March at home this year. First time that's happened in a while. So excited about spring training next month. 42-year temp at BWI Thurgood Marshall right now. A little northwest wind, about 8 to 10 miles an hour. And overall, our HD radar, we're quiet. All of the rain that we had over the weekend is done for now. We're getting this northwesterly flow. This is a trough of low pressure that is just to the south of us. So that northwest wind will continue to pick up over the next couple of hours. Already seeing about 15 to 20 mile an hour wind gusts here. Westminster, Bel Air, a little stronger for you on the eastern shore as well. And that wind is going to be with us through the afternoon. So even though our temperatures are in the upper 40s, we'll see temperatures that will feel like the mid to upper 30s and lower 40s. These are going to be your feels like or wind chill temperatures for the afternoon. So not bitterly cold, but definitely a little bit on the brisk side for today. 41 next hour on your MetroCast day planner, and numbers in the mid 40s by about noontime. Some of us will get to the mid to upper 40s. So it will be above average in terms of our temps today, or near average. You can see those numbers at 43 degrees in Westminster and Bel Air, 45 Chestertown, and 46 in Annapolis. Up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 40s going for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. Notice over the next couple of days, numbers get back into the 40s and hang near average. But Thursday and Friday, a little bump right there. Looking forward to some lower 50s returning to the region. That'll be a nice little start to the month of February. Here comes the wind. You can see in our future scan kind of a mix of clouds and sun throughout the day today. We should see some break breaks in the cloud cover. A lot less wind on Tuesday. Pretty nice afternoon for the most part. Wednesday, there is a weak system coming through. You can see as this ridge of high pressure slides off to the east, we'll get some more cloud cover. Earlier model runs did have a pretty decent amount of showers, but that is now kind of cleared out. So it's looking to be dry. However, a stray shower or two, can't rule that out coming up on Wednesday afternoon. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. And you can see as we head toward Thursday and Friday, we're seeing those lower 50s and we stay mainly dry, a little bit cooler as we slide into Saturday and Sunday for the first weekend of the new month.
All right, even though our Ravens aren't in it, we know you're still excited about the upcoming big game, and now you can celebrate with some extra cash. Here's the chance for you to win by playing the big game trivia.
Just grab your phone, scan that QR code you see right there to win $100 gift card. Play the big game trivia. Get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 gift card. The daily prize winners will also be then eligible for a chance to win the $5 grand. Again, scan that QR code. You get the big game trivia question of the day. Good luck.
All this time indoors and on social media is affecting your child. Ahead at 8, what parents can do to avoid increased screen time during the winter season.
Well, tax season is here. Just ahead, all the deadlines and information that you need to know before Uncle Sam comes knocking.
And if you need a little energy to get your paperwork in order and even to start thinking about taxes, we have a coffee break for you.
Well, happening now, it's time to settle up with Uncle Sam as we begin the 2024 tax filing season.
Today marks the first day you can send off your tax forms and payments to the federal government, or maybe begin awaiting your refunds.
Taxpayers have until Monday, April 15th to finish their filings without penalty or request an extension. Now, if you owe taxes, the IRS is expecting about 128 million returns this year.
Get them done. In the meantime, experts are weighing in on how experienced workers can land a new job in a competitive market.
And those over the age of 40 may need a refresher course when it comes to the job hunting skills.
Job experts recommend you update your resume experiences, but don't attach dates to it. Instead, call those previous experiences your, quote, earlier career.
You should also research your company ahead of time and then tailor your cover letter to meet their criteria. Also, remember to network as much as possible. And when you are in the interview, be sure to ask thought-provoking questions, open-ended questions.
Well, as Americans become more gray, they are also separating more from their spouses.
Federal data is showing more Americans over the age of 55 are getting divorces. The report shows that the divorce rate for those over 55 has doubled since 1990. Both men and women experience financial declines when they delay or they divorce later in life.
Standards of living for men fell off by 21% and for women by 45%. One sociologist says women are more likely to start their proceedings. Well, we had a chilly start to the morning, but things are rising for the afternoon. We're going to hit the 40s as we approach the afternoon. Stick around for when we could expect temperatures to drop later in the week.
And we're at Zero Latency Virtual Reality Arena this morning. We're going to play a game coming up. Stick around to see what it looks like and what it feels like on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Coming up, fan reaction after the Ravens lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. Ahead, we have all the game highlights and fan sentiments on that devastating defeat.
Today, Marilyn Mosby's ex-husband, Nick Mosby, will testify again in her federal trial. Coming up next, a legal expert explains the possibility of Marilyn Mosby taking a stand, too.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, January 29th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. It's a day where you can kind of vent, grieve a little bit, maybe try to get your flights back that you booked already to Las Vegas and get through it.
And get some sleep. I feel tired. I was emotionally drained after yesterday. I'm still tired today. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, exactly right. Probably extra cup of coffee or two today, but then we can move on and look forward. The O's are coming up and got spring training, pitchers and catchers just a couple of weeks away from reporting that. Looking at their Towson traffic circle, and we are seeing dry conditions out there, so not the mist or the rain that we had to deal with most of yesterday, most of the weekend for that matter. We actually picked up more than an inch of rain yesterday, so we're above average in terms of our drought situation. That's good. 39 in Westminster and Cockeysville right now. We're at 42 in Baltimore City, 44 your temp in Annapolis right now. We're going to keep our temperatures climbing, but not much. Mid to upper 40s as we take you through the middle of the afternoon today, but that wind is going to be with us, so it'll feel cooler than that as we get outside. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we're taking a live look over the Ruxton Road, Charles Street area. Not a lot of volume and no incidents to report. Looking good out there on the road.
Continuing coverage this morning on the federal trial against former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Today, her ex-husband, Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby, is expected to testify. We have Olivia Dance joining us live with a closer look at what is happening today and whether or not we could see Marilyn Mosby take the stand. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Megan, it's certainly possible that Marilyn Mosby could take the stand right here at the federal courthouse in Greenbelt. But as you mentioned today, her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will take the stand again. Mr. Mosby took the stand just last week, taking responsibility for the couple's tax liabilities that have landed the former state's attorney in a federal courtroom, fighting 2 mortgage fraud charges levied against her for the purchase of 2 Florida vacation homes. Mr. Mosby saying, quote, ultimately, it was because of my mismanagement of the tax situation that she's here in court, end quote. And Attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who is not affiliated with this case, calls it a ploy for sympathy, with Nick Mosby falling on the sword to clear his ex-wife of failing to disclose a tax lien on their Baltimore home, a lien that Miss Mosby says she's unaware of.
In a marital relationship, both people are going to be checking the mail. So the idea that Marilyn Mosby didn't check her mail and didn't see this tax lien, although numerous letters came over a 5-year period, is not believable.
Of course, whether or not the jury believes that is what this case comes down to. Back to you.
So, Olivia, we just heard from Attorney Jeremy Eldridge there. Does he think that Marilyn Mosby is going to take the stand?
Yeah, Patrice, he does. In fact, he says that he doesn't see any other way out. So take a listen to what he said about that.
Marilyn Mosby has to testify. I think at this point, especially if the prosecutors can dig into Nick, you have to hear a story from Marilyn. And she's promised for the last 3 years that she was going to testify publicly.
If found guilty, the mortgage fraud counts each carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in federal prison. But for now, reporting live in Greenbelt, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
For our full coverage on the Mosby trial and the latest developments from court, head to foxbaltimore.com.
Just weren't able to, we had a couple opportunities to score down there. We didn't get the touchdowns. I mean, it was really a defensive struggle if you step back and look at the whole game. And they were able to score the points, and we weren't.
And the job's not done. I mean, our job now is to prepare ourselves to play a good football team in the Super Bowl and try to get that ring.
In your Sports Unlimited coverage, the Ravens season comes to an end after losing to the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, mind you, the big time.
I know, it was rough. The Chiefs now Super Bowl bound. They're going to meet the San Francisco 49ers in Las Vegas on February 11th.
Taylor Stewart joining us in studio with how it all went down at M&T Bank Stadium. Taylor?
Well, that's right, you guys. The Ravens had a chance to cut in the lead late in the third, but some late-game mistakes and really surgical offense from the Chiefs really made the difference in this game. Let's look back at some of the big plays. Q1, the Chiefs coming in hot with Patrick Mahomes hitting Travis Kelce with this pass straight into the end zone there. Chiefs 7-0 to start off the game here. Ravens offense, though, responding accordingly. Lamar Jackson escaping this sack to throw it 30 yards down for a touchdown pass to Zay Flowers. That would make it 7-7, but a few plays later in the second half, the Chiefs again making it into the end zone with Isaiah Pacheco, nailing this pass from Mahomes, rumbling into the end zone. and that would do the score right into the half, 14-7 for Chiefs. Now, neither team scored in the third. Fourth, Ravens came in with a chance to make it a one-possession game. Lamar got over to the middle with Zay Flowers, but they could not get it done. Zarius Sneed punching him out just right there, an example of what we saw throughout the game. The Chiefs offense really coming for Lamar yesterday, covering all open pockets. Justin Tucker did cut the lead late in the game with a 43-yard goal, but not enough to seal the deal here. After the game, Lamar did speak on the season and the game.
Oh, I'm not frustrated at all. I'm angry about, losing. We're a game away from the Super Bowl. We've been waiting all this time, all these moments for an opportunity like this, and we failed. But I feel like our team, we're gonna build. This offseason we're gonna get right, get better, grind, and try to be in this position again, but on the other side of victory.
Ultimately, emotions really seemed to get the best of the team towards the end of the game. Zay Flowers even slammed his hand on the bench out of frustration, and that would end the season. But really an incredible run for the Flock as they now look forward to next season. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, this year's Super Bowl has the Kansas City Chiefs now taking on the San Francisco 49ers, which that game was a shock because it wasn't what it was when I went to bed.
Third quarter, everything changed. Tom Rogers at our live center breaking down the matchup, and this is where we started seeing experience playing out, Tom.
Yeah, it was. And of course, the Lions went for it on fourth. They could have scored a kick hit and gone overtime. But anyway, that's how they got there. Taking you live to Las Vegas, standing underneath the sign. Will we see Swift and her friend Jason Kelsey standing there, or no, Jason, the other Kelsey, standing there. Travis taking some pictures, a little romantic for the Super Bowl. Who cares, right? It's just under 2 weeks away. Game time set for February 11th, 6:30 inside Allegiant Stadium.
Our job now is to prepare ourselves to play a good football team in the Super Bowl and try to get that ring.
Yeah, that's a big job right there, and he's done it before. The 49ers coming off the largest comeback in NFC Championship game history and rallying to beat out the Detroit Lions last night, 34-31. There is some turnovers, again, just like for the Ravens. Lions going for it in the fourth when a kick would have tied it and put them into OT, but the 49ers now head to the Super Bowl for the first time since 2019 season, ready to face Kansas City again.
Close a number of times, and this time we got it done, and we're going to spend these 2 weeks to prepare and make sure it's a hell of a game.
Well, speaking of what he just said right there, it's going to cost you to get to that game. If you'd like to watch it in person, get ready to pay up. We knew this, but look, just taking a look at this. Section 117, you want to buy some tickets in there. Yeah, 10 grand each. There's 2 tickets, and you get to seat together, but they're $10,961 a piece. And there's a couple ones a little bit further back, $11,000 a piece, so not bad right there, right? Yeah, if you got the money. Or you can go in the nosebleed sections and shell out $10,000 in section 336, row 9 for 1 ticket. The matchup was made official, and then the prices soared. So if you've got that kind of money, you can go check them out and watch San Fran and KC go at it again. But for us Ravens fans, we just watch it from right here on the couch if we're going to. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. Coming up, millions of dollars going toward website redevelopment. Just ahead, we're analyzing the approved funding and looking at potential conflicts of interest on the city's Board of Estimates.
And a new challenger in the Russian presidential election, who he is and how he hopes to end the war with Ukraine and release political prisoners. That's coming up after the break. 8:09, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all more.
Russia's long-standing leader faces a challenge from an anti-war candidate for president.
Boris Nadezhdin is calling for an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine and the freedom of all political prisoners. According to his campaign, the 60-year-old has already collected more than 190,000 signatures. That's nearly double the requirement needed to compete against Vladimir Putin in March.
Many analysts do not expect Nadezhdin to defeat Putin, but they see his growing support as a rare sign of defiance. Not since the war in Ukraine first began. Coming up, how the winter season may be keeping your kid indoors and increasing screen time. At the end of the hour, we have how this added social media usage may be affecting your child.
And questions being raised over the city's website spending. After the break, we're looking into a potential conflict of interest between the city and their website developer. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The Board of Estimates approving an additional $250,000 last week for a software contract to redesign the city's website. Now, the software program started out as a $1 million contract, and it is now more than $2 million. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live to weigh in on this. David, good morning. Is this price tag worth it?
Good morning, Megan. And boy, building a website should be easy. It's 2024. This should be an easy process. And when you look at this, there are a lot of questions here. First of all, it started out at $1 million, which kind of was the first red flag because the current website for the city costs less than $300,000. So you have that concern. Now it's more than $2 million. And then there's these problems with who's building this website. This company called Fearless. Now, the husband, the person that runs this is the husband of the deputy mayor in Baltimore City. So that's a huge conflict of interest, right? When you're doing business with the city and you have a contract and now it balloons to twice as much as it was supposed to be, and this gentleman gave to the mayor's campaign, his reelection campaign, So a lot of questions here, and the city doesn't have the website that they're supposed to have. And like I said, and you said, it's twice the cost, and this may not be ready until March or April this year, and it's supposed to be done late last year. So a lot of questions, a lot of red flags.
David, we do know having a website up and running is important. You can actually pay parking fines on those websites. So security is very important. Do we know if that's included in this cost, if there's some cybersecurity added bonuses there?
Boy, I'm glad you brought up cybersecurity, because that is critical, because we're giving more and more of our information to the city and to other governments, and there aren't a lot of assurances that there is cybersecurity worked in here. We hope that there is, right, and that this company is doing that. But that's a great question. And listen, I think at the heart of this is the Board of Estimates. You have this entity that's supposed to be the watchdog of the city. They approve the spending. Well, this $250,000, this extra money, they just approved it. There was no discussion. There was no asking why the company needed this. There was no public discussion. That's my concern, is that this is happening. Now, here's one solution, Megan, is if you are doing business with the city, you are not allowed to give elected officials money for re-election. I think that should be first and foremost the thing that happens, but also revamping the Board of Estimates, and maybe get the Inspector General involved. Maybe have them review and have the office review these contracts to make sure that there's no funny business, that the ethics has been worked out. So again, this is a learning lesson, right? This is a teaching moment for the city, hopefully, that they learn from this.
And that just makes sense, getting the IG involved. It protects everyone in that kind of situation. David, thank you for weighing in.
Thank you.
Well, it's 8:18 now, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. We've kind of had a roller coaster here. 75 Friday, rain then over the weekend. Where are we?
78 on Friday. Yeah, almost had a record high for January. Wow. Yeah, I mean, almost 80 degrees. And yeah, then we were cold and kind of cloudy and misty all day yesterday with that wind. Now the sun is trying to come through a little bit here from our Towson camera. So we're hoping to get some more breaks in the clouds with more of that sun popping through later today. The wind is going to be the weather story for the day. Northwest wind already about 13 to 16 miles an hour. We're hanging out at 42 right now in Towson, which is typically where we are for our average high this time of year. A lot of us are seeing about 10 to 18 to 20 mile an hour wind gusts at this time. And as we go through the afternoon, even though our temperatures get to the mid to upper 40s in the above average category, it's going to feel more like the mid to upper 30s in terms of our wind chill or your feels like temperatures for the afternoon. A lot less wind on the way for tomorrow, but check out our temperatures here rising to the mid to upper 40s for the next couple of hours, and basically the next 12 hours staying in the above average category. As you can see with your temperatures in your neighborhood across Carroll and Baltimore counties, low to mid 40s for Westminster and Eldersburg today, 43 in Reisterstown, 44 Perry Hall and White Marsh, 47 your high today in Dundalk, and numbers for you in Harford and Cecil counties in the low to mid 40s as well for Bel Air and Aberdeen, all the way up toward Elkton. And even my friends in the Eastern Shore, we're looking at a lot of low to mid 40s for Galena down through Chestertown, Rock Hall, right about 45. Same number for you there in Chester this afternoon. Notice our temperature tracker. Numbers kind of near average for the next few days. Actually a little cooler tomorrow and Wednesday, but then those numbers spike a bit into the lower 50s on Thursday and Friday. And that is right as we welcome in the brand new month. So that northwest wind with us throughout the day today. Again, a mix of clouds and sun. And then tomorrow, a lot less wind, mainly sunny skies. Wednesday, we have some more clouds rolling in. There's a weak system that now doesn't look to be bringing any precipitation. Yesterday and the last couple days, our models were saying that we could get some rain, maybe even some snow. It's not looking likely there on Wednesday. Shout out to Sharon Barton once again for Burton, I should say. Sharon Barton, somebody else. That's the show bar. But Sharon Burton is Raven the Pug right there. So thanks for sending that picture in, Sharon. We appreciate it. And we love getting your pet pics too. All you got to do is email them to me, jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. There he is. Stuart, look at the side eye he gives me. He knows I don't like the hog, the whole situation with that. But whatever, it's that Punxsutawney dude's going to be out there Friday. We're all going to Cobbler's Knob, blah, blah, blah. But then back to the 40s on Saturday and Sunday, a little cooler for the first weekend of the new month.
All right, Justin, thank you. Ahead, a new expungement clinic that could clear up past offenses and help you find a better job or housing. Stick around, because in our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to let you know when and where they are opening.
And we're at Zero Latency Virtual Reality Arena this morning. Now, the players are getting ready. Coming up, we'll show you what it looks like from their point of view on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Get ready, players!
If you are looking for a way to escape reality after yesterday's game against the Chiefs, look no further than zero latency VR.
Mark Clark is there now. He's got a look at their thrilling games, their virtual reality experiences, how it all works. Mark, this looks like a good time.
It's a great time back with Pam and Denise. So, Pam, you guys have the grand opening coming up.
Yes, this Friday and Saturday from 10 to 1 p.m.
I love it. I love it. Okay, all right, now, look, Denise, behind us, we see the players, but Graham's going to show what they see through their viewpoint. So tell us about this experience. They're in the arena. They're going at it. They can't see each other in the arena, obviously, but they can see themselves. They can see each other through their headsets, right?
Well, to be honest, in the headsets, they can see each other as an avatar, and they can see each other name. They can't see us in the real world because they're in a totally different world right now.
I just heard a scream. Is everybody okay?
Absolutely. They're playing one of our 15-minute games right now called Undead Arena. Like I said, come see us. Check us out on Friday for our grand opening, 10 to 1. We're giving it away.
Wait a minute. You're giving it away?
Giving it away. Free $99.
Free $99. A great experience. And like Patricia said, after that heartbreaking loss, why not burn some steam out here and take care of this? Because my goodness, the real world is too much.
One of the combat games there. Let it out.
Beat Saber. Maybe they got
right.
that. All right, Mark, we're going to put more information on how you can enjoy foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, just ahead, we had a brisk start this morning, but things are going to warm up to a more mild afternoon. We're going to be in the 40s. Stay with us for an outlook at the last week of January as we head into your February weekend.
And a viral video confession may set a man free who has been imprisoned for 13 years. Just after the break, we have the latest on proceedings and reactions from his mother. It's 8:26. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on this Monday, January 29th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, it's the morning after. The teams didn't win that you were going for. Some of you may be excited. A couple of you around here that care about San Fran.
I saw a map of the United States that said who's rooting for the 49ers, and it's like this tiny part, who's rooting for the Chiefs, this tiny part, and the rest of the country just hoping there's a tie or that no one wins. So I think that's the sentiment, and it's okay to grieve today.
They've been in it so many times before. You know, KC is the last, like 5 years, 6 years they've been a contender in it, and
Bring in Justin to this too. I mean, we get today to complain, and then tomorrow we look towards business.
That's exactly right. We can get it all out today. Everything is allowed on the table. Blah, just kind of get it all out of your system, and then we'll be all good and ready to go and ready for some fresh new food tomorrow. Taking a look outside right now as we are showing you our Towson camera, where we are seeing a little bit of that sun trying to break through just a bit in the Towson traffic circle. Definitely drier today after all of that rain, that mist and fog that was hanging around over the weekend. 25 in Oakland, 37 Cumberland, upper 30s in Westminster, Bel Air, right at 42 currently in Baltimore City. So on your out the door cast, overall a jacket and sunglasses required today, but really no need for the umbrella as we are going to stay dry. Just got to kind of hold on to your hats because it will be windy this afternoon. We're in the upper 40s today, back to the mid 40s Tuesday and Wednesday. We do have some warmer numbers as we approach the brand new month. We'll talk a little bit more about that coming up in just a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at the Lens Solar Traffic Network and the reports of an incident. This is north of White Marsh, and 5 vehicles are involved just past the White Marsh Boulevard on 95 northbound. Cameras in the region just showing a major slowdown. That's right. There's been construction zone there for it seems like 35 years, but it's really just been like for the last year. But there's incidents all the time there, and this is just north of that, and it's causing. There's actually 2 incidents. One up closer to three incidents, and we also have another one that's up. Beyond that, 2 vehicles involved right near Mountain Road. So there's a lot going on north of 95 if you're heading north of White Marsh. All right, let's talk football. In your Ravens coverage this morning, win or lose, the flock was buzzing with excitement in support of the Ravens.
And deservingly so. Taylor Stewart joining us live with fans reacting to the loss, but also the season that they had, Taylor. Pretty incredible.
I mean, look, the flock is still standing behind their team. They're standing behind their man, Lamar Jackson. It was an incredible season. Obviously, a gut punch of a loss last night, and fans are just reacting to that in real time. Look, I mean, and even the players. Last night, we saw a display of emotion from Odell Beckham. He's hugging Zay Flowers here as they wind the clock down. You can see fourth quarter there, minute and a half running there. And you can see just how upset Lamar Jackson was. This really was supposed to be their year. And folks, just saying it plainly, I don't think nobody deserved to go to the Super Bowl more than the Ravens. The honesty, though, guys, is that the defense really did carry a lot of the game, but the offense could not deliver. And that's exactly what fans said after the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed in our boys. That's rough. Like, I know they put everything they could. Offense didn't show up. Defense didn't show up.
The offense couldn't get it going. A couple of key turnovers. It just couldn't happen, and you can't count Pat Mahomes out.
We also talked to fans watching the game in Fells Point. Many of them were disappointed, but not everyone. Take a listen.
I think the loss for Baltimore will give we will rejuvenate us, and we're ready for next year. Awesome. We're ready for next year. We have done a great job this year, and Lamar is excellent, and I can't wait for the next season.
All right, but look, folks caught all the taunting. Travis Kelce made a point to taunt after every single play he's made. Yeah, folks also caught the fact that a lot of calls went in the direction of the Chiefs. I don't know if I'm just saying that as a biased Ravens fan, but look, we'll be back, said in the words of our mayor. It hurts, but we're still proud of our team. I think everyone's kind of feeling like that today, guys. Taylor Stewart, FOX45 News.
It's been a long road. Like, it's really hard when you know you're innocent and you feel like you ain't got no voice.
A man serving a 115-year sentence for murder, sharing his side of the story after 13 years.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live this morning on a story you're seeing first on Fox with why he's hoping a viral video confession could finally set him free, Olivia.
Megan, Sterling Matthews is only 13 years into his 115-year sentence, but according to Baltimore County Police, the investigation may now be headed in a different direction after a video confession by Antonio Hart, who was killed during a police standoff. Take a listen to that confession.
I had that Glock 17 and that 25 caliber that night that killed Daquan. I did that 2010 Halloween, pen raising mask. Boy, Sterling ain't do that. I love you, woo baby, but he ain't do that. Big Rambo did that.
But according to police, Sterling Matthews is the alleged shooter and killer of 16-year-old Daquan Burks. Matthews' first trial ended in a hung jury, and the second trial ended with a guilty verdict. Now Matthews' mother, Tanika Brogdon, is speaking out for the first time. She says the past 13 years, while her son has been in jail, have been a nightmare, and she's walking us through the events on the day of the murder.
We went to Halloween party, then we went trick-or-treating in the neighborhood, came back home. It was dark time. I mean, a regular night.
And Sterling was with you?
Yes.
So when you got home that night, do you remember Sterling leaving, or?
No.
He never left the house?
No.
When you heard the word guilty, what was your emotion?
Like somebody reached inside my body and snatched my soul.
Of course, now she's hoping that part of her soul will be back home again soon. Matthews is scheduled for a post-conviction hearing challenging his conviction in March, and his original attorney is hoping that the video confession will lead to a new trial. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. A Carroll County volunteer firefighter has been arrested in connection with a string of intentional brush fires in Eldersburg, right near Liberty Reservoir. Investigators say they found 3 instances of malicious burning since March of last year, all connected to 20-year-old firefighter Allison Kreutzer. She was released on $10,000 bond.
A group known as the Islamic Resistance now claiming responsibility for a deadly drone attack in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers and injured 34 others. Taking you live to the White House now, where all eyes are on the president as he weighs his next move. Retaliation, we know from Washington, could really jeopardize a wider conflict in the Middle East, something that officials sought to avoid since that deadly October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. So far, there have been more than 160 attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American forces in the region since mid-October. Yesterday, the president vowing retaliation, saying in part, quote, "We will hold all those responsible to account at a time and in a manner our choosing." We are watching for any new response from Washington or the Middle East this morning. We'll keep you updated right here from our live center as news breaks.
Coming up, it's tax season, and before the end of the hour, we have all the deadlines and details you need to know before filing.
And we are looking at a windy Monday. Highs in the 40s. Stay with us for a look at your weekend as temperatures may be dropping. Time now 8:36. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. Well, while the Ravens may be out, some extra cash may help soothe the blow ahead of the big game.
Yeah, here's a chance for you to win by playing the big game trivia. Just grab your phone, scan that QR code you see right there. That gives you a chance to win a $100 gift card. Daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win $5,000. That's what the big 5000 is over there. Scan the QR code to get the big game trivia question of the day. Good luck.
New rules from USA Hockey today requiring all players under 18 to wear neck guards.
And this is the latest development following the death of former Penguins player Adam Johnson, who died after taking an ice skate to his neck during a game in England 3 months ago. The English Ice Hockey Association has since announced mandatory neck guards for all players in England.
The new rules for the U.S. will take effect on August 1st. And while players older than 18 at adult levels will not be required to wear the protection, USA Hockey strongly encouraging all players to do so.
Well, coming up, we are looking at average temperatures throughout the week, but things may be cooling down for the weekend. Stay with us after the break from meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got his full Weather Authority forecast. 8:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Johns Hopkins University and Johns Hopkins Health System.
8:43, and with the winter season keeping children indoors, many parents are seeing an uptick in screen time and social media usage by their little ones. Joining us now to talk about how this affects children is Dr. Bushra Rizwan with the Kennedy Krieger. So, doctor, thank you so much for coming in.
Absolutely. Love to be here.
Yeah, when you start reading about this and you're thinking, okay, screen time. Well, almost every school that you know out there now gives our children devices. So there's screen right there. So really limiting what they do at home outside of homework is a very difficult challenge for parents, especially when you start seeing seasonal depression.
Right. And winters are making it even harder because kids are indoors a lot more. And so that increased screen time becomes even a more challenge in the winter times.
Do you tell your parents how much screen time, like where's the limit across the board, kind of like, okay, these are the guidelines?
Yeah, so the guidelines are different based on age. And so for children 13 to 17, they recommend a maximum of 2 hours. We've kind of, moved away from those specific guidelines, especially with kids having screens in school. It's kind of hard to be within that 2 hour limit. So what we say, instead of thinking about the number of hours they're spending, thinking about balancing, not just being on screens all the time, but also doing other activities, thinking about it that way.
Okay, getting them outside, getting anything away from screens and doing that for a period of time, or even just going to the basement and running around for a little while, whatever it is. Yeah. What about social media, though? I know that that's a battle here, and it seems younger and younger children are getting social media accounts.
Yeah, so that is a challenge. So we definitely want to, monitor what they're doing on social media. It's hard to do for parents. And so talking to kids about being responsible online, not just the hours they're spending, but being responsible, having that open discussion, being honest with kids about, the possibility of seeing predators online, so what they're doing, who they're talking to, sort of thinking about back in the day, not to talk to strangers and being kind of mindful about that.
And when they have the internet, they can talk to anybody around the world. So it's very difficult for parents, more so now it seems like, than when you had to be approached by somebody physically. Right. Let's go back to then, when you're talking about screens and you're looking at this, how much of an issue is this? And are there any symptoms to show that, okay, my child may be going into a depression, maybe even if it's seasonal?
Yeah, so if they're isolating, they're staying in their room for long periods of time, you notice that they are, their eating habits have changed, especially their sleeping habits. That is, I would say, a big red flag. We see kids who are sitting in bed for long periods of time, hours, days at a time, and that's a slippery slope, and that I would say is a red flag.
And that's when you need to call a professional.
Correct. Yeah, seek help early, talk to someone, especially a professional. Kids are kind of getting advice from each other. I highly, recommend against that. They're teenagers. Mental health professionals go through years of schooling to kind of get those expertise. So seek help early. That's what I would recommend.
Sometimes with parents, the kids won't listen to you, but yet somebody else can say the exact same thing, and then all of a sudden it'll soak in and they'll take that advice.
Right, and also modeling some of that behavior. So parents sort of seeing what they're doing as well. So if they're on the screens, kids are learning from that. They're watching what you're doing. So it's important to model some of that.
Having some no screen time for the entire family?
Absolutely, some screen-free zones. So I would say bedrooms, dinner tables, a good idea to not have screens in those areas. It's better to, if you have a charging station, have it outside the room. We hear a lot of kids plugging their phones right on their bed, and so don't, right in their bedroom. So don't do that. Have a charging station, have a separate area to recharge.
Dr. Rizwan, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming in.
Absolutely, it's nice meeting you.
Sure. All right, well, let's go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and looking at the, the differences here in weather. And it is not too bad to get outside now. We're not talking like 20s and 30s and snow.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. I mean, I know last week we were talking about how warm it was, maybe opening up the windows, turning the heater off for a little bit and relaxing on the deck. That's not going to be the case today. It will be pretty windy for the afternoon, so it will feel a bit colder than those temperatures that will actually be reflected on your thermometers. But you can see right there from our Towson camera, we're dry. That's good. We're done with the rain for now, but that northwest wind kicking about 13 to 15 miles an hour. We are now above average in terms of our rainfall or moisture that we've had so far this year. So that is definitely a good situation and a good way to kick off the year, hopefully getting out of the drought situation. About 13 to 21 miles an hour. This is the current wind speed. We've seen some stronger gusts as well. And as we go forward into the afternoon, this is your feels like temperature. So a lot of us in the mid to upper 30s and even some lower 40s as well. That's what it will feel like this afternoon and evening time. Hank the Bird, good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's ready for the day today. We'll be flapping around with a lot of that wind. That northwest wind is going to be pretty strong. So flyer or pilots, maybe you want to be doing some groundwork today and not having to deal with those really gusty conditions. Low to mid and upper 40s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air today. Eastern Shore Fringe, you're in the 40s for Easton and Denton over to Stevensville near the Bay Bridge. 46 in the capital, Annapolis, and the other capital, D.C., at 47 this afternoon, with low to mid 40s for New York and Philly, all the way down to Richmond in the upper 40s. Now, tomorrow and Wednesday, notice our average highs. It's a little bit closer to that number with a low to mid 40s on the way, but then we've got 50s coming for Thursday and Friday. So that will be a nice little bump right as we head into the new week, the new month, with that weekend right around the corner. Here's our future scan. So that northwest wind for the day today should see some breaks in the clouds, but overall those clouds still going to be kind of hanging around underneath this big, what we call subsidence inversion, that high pressure ridge. Overall tomorrow we'll see more sunshine and less wind. Wednesday there is another system coming through. It's going to bring some more cloud cover, maybe a shower or two. But overall, this system has definitely lost a lot of its punch, so it's not looking to be an impact really at all. And even on Thursday, we'll keep those conditions mainly dry, even though some of those model runs want to bring a few showers in. President's Day, just 3 weeks from today. As we take a look at our holiday countdown, we spring forward with our time change in just 41 days from now and 48 days from St. Patty's Day. We have a leap year this year, so we've got February 29th, and that shifts everything a couple of days after that, which means that's why St. Patrick's Day is on a Sunday this year. All right, here we go. 7-day forecast, not looking too bad. Again, potential of a few showers on Wednesday, but right now, it's really starting to dry out. And even as we head toward the weekend, our temps will be cooler by Saturday and Sunday after our highs in the 50s for Thursday and Friday. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic tracking that 5-car crash in White Marsh. This is on 95 North at White Marsh Boulevard. Our cameras have shown a huge backup in this region all morning long. Now we're seeing cars kind of moving through and the backups have dwindled. So something to keep in mind if you're heading that way this morning.
Well, despite the disappointment of Sunday's loss, Ravens fans still have one thing to look forward to before the football season ends.
The face of the flock, quarterback Lamar Jackson, widely considered the favorite to be named the NFL's most valuable player. I mean, he caught his own pass yesterday.
Yeah, seriously, who does that, right? Jackson's MVP-level season was encapsulated in this play during Sunday's AFC Championship. It got lost right here. Did you see that? It's pretty quick. The camera was moving around a little bit because the camera people didn't even realize what was going on. The Chiefs had his tipped his pass, went up in the air. Jackson sped through and got it right before the cornerback was able to grab it. However, they were not able to beat the Chiefs defenders all day long because they ended up losing the game. But he still got a 13-yard gain for a pass to himself.
Pretty impressive. Now, the rest of the finalists are listed on your screen here, including Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen, Dallas Cowboys signal caller Dak Prescott, and a pair of San Francisco 49ers in QB Brock Purdy and running back Christian McCaffrey. Well, the winner for that and every other NFL award will be announced at the 13th annual NFL Honors Awards show ahead of Super Bowl 58. It's Thursday, February 8th.
Happening now, Love is in the Air. The Next Level Chef and The Farmer's Once Wife. They're the shows that are back for new seasons right here. You can watch them on Fox 45. We're getting you ready for Valentine's Day to celebrate.
The best part is you don't have to be a chef or a farmer to win. You just have to tell us your recipe for love. It is the Fox 45 Love at First Bite contest. Want to woo a love interest, maybe spread love around Baltimore? Well, the Fox 45 Morning News viewer with the winning idea receives $2,500 to spend as they win.
You can just head to foxbaltimore.com/contest to enter and watch Next Level Chef, followed by Farmer Wants a Wife, Thursday nights right here on Fox 45. Coming up, a new program could help people clear their criminal records and find a better job. Stay with us in our 9 o'clock hour for more on this expungement clinic and what it's doing for Baltimore.
Plus, we have the perfect workout routine to wipe away those Monday blues. Stick around in our 9 o'clock hour for the perfect way to get your week started and your blood pumping.
One way to get your blood pumping, if you need to get a caffeine boost to get out of your jammies, maybe head to the gym.
Definitely caffeine. Let's take a coffee break.
8:56 and topping your morning business report. Today marks the start of tax season. Yay! Starting today, the Internal Revenue Service is accepting and processing 2023 federal income tax returns. Now, the deadline for filing for most people is, you know this, April 15th. However, tax filers in Maine and Massachusetts have until the 17th to file, and this is due to their state's holiday observance of Patriots' Day and Emancipation Day. Now, people who miss the tax filing deadline will likely face a hefty penalty unless they ask for an extension.
Elsewhere, reports say Microsoft is going to lay off about 1,900 jobs in two of its gaming division companies, Activision Blizzard and Xbox. The company giant says the downsizing is necessary to avoid areas of overlap and make costs more sustainable. This new round of cuts make up around 8% of the overall Microsoft gaming division, and it comes just 1 year after 10,000 other tech employees were laid off.
Apple's Vision Pro headset is set to be released in the U.S. this Friday. You probably saw some of these commercials yesterday when you're watching some football. Pre-orders for the virtual and augmented reality headset start January 19th. Well, Apple says its Vision Pro will change the way people work, watch TV shows and movies, and play video games. The device is also expected to launch with 3D content from Disney+. Starting price for the long-anticipated headset, a mere $3,500.
Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Don't you feel like it always happens? As soon as your head hits the pillow, your thoughts start racing. You're trying to fall asleep, and then you can't because so many things on your to-do list are going through your mind. It happens to me all the time. But thankfully now, you don't have to worry. This is Whom Band by LiveLab. This is an amazing sleep headband that has audio sleep sounds inside. It's super cool. It comes with an audio sleep band and an eye mask with the audio band as well. So it's amazing that you can fall asleep to maybe you like the sound of hypnotic music or hypnotic stories, ASMR, maybe it's waves crashing, whatever it is. There is over 100 hours of sleep content and it's super easy. You download an app and fall asleep and you can listen to whatever you want to hear. And it's been curated by sleep experts, sleep doctors, audio engineers. So it's really cool that you can fall asleep and now stay asleep. I just think of how many times, you get to bed and you don't sleep really great. Well, you have an entire blackout mask here, which is adjustable, really nice material, and hand washable. Don't forget that. So you have the option of a headband or a sleep mask to fall asleep so nicely. So right now we're offering up to 32% off on Whom Band. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
This morning, we're taking you live to M&T Bank Stadium as the Ravens' great season comes to a disappointing end. Baltimore now in their off season after losing to the Chiefs yesterday 17-10. They're now heading to the Super Bowl. Good morning on this Monday, January 29th. We're still letting all of that digest. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. It's experience that makes you better. Even the loss, it's you build on that.
They'll be back. They'll be back. All right, we need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you. We're talking about temperatures that are not too bad right now. 30s and 40s is what we're seeing. You can see from our Towson camera, their sun is trying to break through some of those clouds. We're definitely drier than we were yesterday with all of that mist and rain and fog. 39 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 37 in Bel Air. You're waking up to 41 right now in Joppatown and 43 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So breezy to windy for the afternoon. Temperatures that will feel colder later today with that wind, and then mild temperatures on the way later this week. So as you head out the door, grab a jacket, have the sunglasses just in case, but no need for the umbrella today or for the next couple of days. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network here. That incident in White Marsh, it's been cleared. This is on 95 North at White Marsh Boulevard. Cars, you can see they're moving through the region, and those delays that we saw earlier, those are starting to be a lot less than what we saw earlier.
Just weren't able to, we had a couple opportunities to score down there. We didn't get the touchdowns. I mean, it was really a defensive struggle if you step back and look at the whole game. And they were able to score the points, and we weren't.
And the job's not done. I mean, our job now is to prepare ourselves to play a good football team in the Super Bowl and try to get that ring.
In your Sports Unlimited coverage, the Ravens season comes to an end after losing to the Chiefs in that AFC Championship game.
The Chiefs now Super Bowl bound. They're going to meet the San Francisco 49ers in Vegas on February 11th.
This morning we have live team coverage. In just a few minutes, Tom Rogers will be joining us live from our live center with more on the Super Bowl matchup.
But we begin with Taylor Stewart. She is live with us here in studio, taking a look at what went down at M&T Bank Stadium. Taylor.
All right, one last time, you guys. We have to relive it. The Ravens, they had a chance to cut the lead late in the third, but some late game mistakes and some surgical offense from the Chiefs made the difference in this championship game. Let's look back at some of the big plays here. Q1, the Chiefs coming in hot with Patrick Mahomes hitting this pass with Travis Kelce all the way in the end zone there. Chiefs 7-0 to start. But Ravens offense responding accordingly. Lamar Jackson escaping this sack here, throwing it down low with a 30-yard touchdown pass to Zay Flowers, tying it 7-7. A few plays later in the second half, the Chiefs, again, well, not before this touchdown dance, but again in the end zone with Pacheco nailing this pass from Mahomes, rumbling into the end zone there. A little bragging rights ahead the score. 14-7 Chiefs. Well, neither team scored in the third. The fourth, though, the Ravens did have a chance to make it a one-possession game. Lamar over the middle to Zay Flowers, stretches for the goal line, punched out by Ladarius Sneed. That was really just an example of the tactical plays from the Chiefs all last night, continually blitzing Lamar, covering all open pockets. Justin Tucker was able to cut the lead late in the game, a 43-yard field goal, but could not seal the deal. Post-game, Lamar Jackson spoke on the devastating loss and the season.
Well, I'm not frustrated at all. I'm angry about, losing. We're a game away from the Super Bowl. We've been waiting all this time, all these moments for an opportunity like this, and we failed. But I feel like our team, we're gonna build. This offseason we're gonna get right, get better, grind, and try to be in this position again, but on the other side of victory.
Look, ultimately, emotions seemed to get the best of the team toward the end here. Zay Flowers even slammed his hand on the bench out of frustration, and that would end the season. But we'll show you some fan reaction after an all-out incredible run from the flock. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, well, so this year's Super Bowl, we know now, will be the Kansas City Chiefs taking on the San Francisco 49ers.
Here we go again. Tom Rogers at our live center breaking down this matchup. And most importantly, what we're in it for, commercials and betting.
And also maybe halftime, and also possibly, what do you think, a drive-through wedding? Because, it's the city. Yeah, Travis and Taylor could be getting married driving through there. I don't know. Who cares, right? We're taking you live to Las Vegas, where Super Bowl 58 is now just under 2 weeks away. Ravens aren't there, so anyway, blah, blah, blah. Game time set for February 11th, 6:30 inside Allegiant Stadium. They moved the camera. We used to show you Allegiant did it in 2003 and 2004.
Our job now is to prepare ourselves to play a good football team in the Super Bowl and try to get that ring.
Well, the 49ers, meantime, coming off the largest comeback in the NFC Championship game history, rallying to beat out the Detroit Lions last night 34-31. They could have tied it with a kick. The book says do the kick, but the Lions, he's been doing it all year round, going for it. That's what got him there, so they lost. But the 49ers now heading to Super Bowl for the first time since 2019 season, ready to face Kansas City again.
Close a number of times, and this time we got it done, and we're going to spend these 2 weeks to prepare and make sure it's a hell of a game.
Find out exactly how much it costs you if you want to watch this in person. Yeah, you need kids. We're not going to college. We're going to go to this game instead, because check out some of these prices around the area. $8,354. This is bottom level in the end zone right there. Not bad. What about the upper levels? Let's go to 406, where you're way up there with the Birds. $9,000 for a ticket there, but you're in row one, and you can see 117 has got $10,270, and this one. This section right here, C132, that's $16,126 for each ticket just to go and watch this one game. My goodness, die hard right there. That's the latest that we have from the Live Center. Megan Patrice.
It's a lot. With the big game coming up, you know how you can celebrate? How about some extra cash instead of spending it? Here's a chance for you to win by playing the Big Game Trivia. Grab your phone to scan this QR code that you see there for your chance to win a $100 gift card. Play the Big Game Trivia. You get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 gift card. The daily prize winners will also be eligible for a chance to win $5,000 Again, scan the QR code to get the big game trivia question of the day.
9:06 and continuing coverage now of the federal trial against former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Her ex-husband, Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby, is expected to take the stand again today.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live with a closer look at whether or not we could expect to see Marilyn Mosby take the stand. Olivia.
You know, Megan and Patrice, it's certainly possible that Marilyn Mosby could take the stand right here at the federal courthouse in Greenbelt. But as you mentioned, today her ex-husband and City Council President Nick Mosby will take the stand again. Mr. Mosby took the stand just last week, taking responsibility for the couple's tax liabilities that have landed the former state's attorney in a federal courtroom, fighting 2 mortgage fraud charges levied against her for the purchase of 2 Florida vacation homes. Mr. Mosby saying, quote, ultimately it was because of my mismanagement of the tax situation that she's here in court, end quote. Attorney Jeremy Eldridge, who is not affiliated with this case, calls it a ploy for sympathy, with Nick Mosby falling on the sword to clear his ex-wife of failing to disclose a tax lien on their Baltimore home, a lien that Miss Mosby says she was unaware of.
In a marital relationship, both people are going to be checking the mail. So the idea that Marilyn Mosby didn't check her mail and didn't see this tax lien, although numerous letters came over a 5-year period, is not believable.
Now, whether or not the jury believes that is what this case comes down to. Megan, back to you.
Olivia, Attorney Jeremy Eldridge that we just heard from there, does he think that Marilyn Mosby will take the stand?
Yeah, Megan, he does. In fact, he says that he doesn't see any other way out. So take a listen to what he said.
Marilyn Mosby has to testify. I think at this point, especially if the prosecutors can dig into Nick, you have to hear a story from Marilyn. And she's promised for the last 3 years that she was going to testify publicly.
Now, if found guilty, the mortgage fraud counts each carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in federal prison. But for now, reporting live in Greenbelt, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
For our full coverage of the Mosby trial and the latest developments from court, head to foxbaltimore.com.
It is just about 9:09 here, and it's time to get another check of our forecast.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, and you guys have been talking about it all morning. We've seen a lot this month. We've talked about snow. We talked about almost 80 degrees on Friday, and then all of that fog and that wind and the rain. Good news is we're seeing a little bit more sunshine, trying to break through some of that cloud cover out over the eastern shore and over the inner harbor at this hour. And our temperatures around the region in the DMV in the 30s and 40s this morning. We're going to keep the wind with us, however, today. So it'll still be a bit chilly if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Temps in the low to mid 40s. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a look at what we can expect as we get into the brand new month, February, right around the corner. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing news now, all eyes on the White House to see what action the Biden administration will take after 3 American service members were killed in an attack by Iranian-backed terrorists in Jordan over the weekend.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, what's the latest in this situation?
Well, Megan and Patrice, President Biden is weighing his next move this morning. Yesterday, Biden vowed retaliation, saying in part, quote, "We will hold all those responsible to account at a time and in a manner of our choosing." Since October 7th, there have been more than 160 attacks on U.S. forces by Iranian-backed militias in the region. Meanwhile, GOP lawmakers say President Biden's weaknesses and policy failures ultimately led to this attack that killed U.S. troops. The White House under fire for relaxing, for example, its enforcement of oil sanctions over its reissued a sanctions waiver, giving Tehran access to more than $10 billion. In a post on Truth Social, former President Donald Trump blasted Biden, writing, "This brazen attack on the United States is yet another horrific and tragic consequence of Joe Biden's weakness and surrender." Then Senator Tom Cotton also slamming the president, writing, "He left our troops as sitting ducks, and now 3 are dead and dozens wounded." Democrats, however, are now accusing Republicans of stoking the flames and pushing for a war with Iran.
Kayla, in other news, we know coming out of Washington this week, Republican lawmakers planning to move forward with the vote to impeach the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. What's the latest on this? Is it happening?
Well, over the weekend, the House Homeland Security Committee released the details of the articles of impeachment, so we finally got to see those. The committee said Mayorkas has willfully and systematically refused to comply with federal immigration laws, and he breached public trust by making false statements and knowingly obstructed lawful oversight. Republicans say under Mayorkas' watch, there have been 8 million encounters with illegal migrants at the southern border, and 300 of those are on the terror watch list. Representative Michael McCall says 200 million people are dead because of fentanyl poisoning. Fentanyl mostly comes into the United States via the southern border. All of this is why they say Mayorkas is guilty of dereliction of duty and must be removed. House Speaker Mike Johnson said a decision to bring the vote to the entire House floor will come as early as tomorrow. Megan, Patrice.
Ooh, excuse me, I sneezed there. Thank you so much, Kayla. Appreciate it.
A man serving a 115-year sentence for murder is sharing his side of the story 13 years later. Coming up in our next half hour, the changes that could come after a viral video confession.
But first, we are counting down to this year's Be More Healthy Expo. After the break, the must-have items you should have if you want to visit the expungement clinic there. 9:12, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
University and Medicine.
We are now just under 2 weeks away from the 15th annual Be More Healthy Expo, where you can find free health screenings, life skills training, and so much more. We've got 11 days, 23 hours, 44 minutes and counting to be exact. This morning, Johns Hopkins University and Medicine Public Safety Vice President Dr. Branville Bard here, and Maryland Legal Aid Director for Pro Bono, Angus Derbyshire. Joining us live here this morning with how they are taking part in this. Thank you both very much for being here, first of all. We appreciate it. So when we talk about an expungement clinic, I think some people had not heard of this before. I know you've been in several times talking about this. You know, what is this for? What is the purpose?
Yeah, so at Maryland Legally, we provide free civil legal services, and one of those areas is criminal record expungement, which is the total removal or obliteration of a person's past criminal record. It's a very exciting time because recent changes under the REDEEM Act went in effect in October, allowing for significantly more petitions to be filed. So it's an opportunity to come through, meet with an attorney, have petitions prepared that day, and hopefully lead moving towards removing those records and those barriers.
And Dr. Bard, I want to bring you into this as well, because I know you've caught everyone's attention right now. Removing things off your record is a big thing. What do folks need to do? What do you bring with you when you come to the expo?
So Angus here can tell you what to bring with you, but I can speak to the fact of how impactful this event is for the region. You know, folks get to show up and get a fresh start. Individuals will come in and have their records cleared and then be able to meet up with an employer who's ready to hire them on the spot. Since 2020, Johns Hopkins has been able to join forces with Maryland Legal Aid and help more than 850 people do that. And in some cases becoming employed, and in other cases being better employed, higher wages. So the impact for the region is profound.
As far as jobs, housing, I mean, this changes your life.
It does. It does. It is truly life-changing.
And I think people know that because the lines for the booth at the expo have been wrapped around the building here. I know you have attorneys who are volunteering. My husband was one of them last year and happy to be part of this. We mentioned what you need to bring. A lot of it's in the system when you get there. You give your name and you look to see if it's something that could be expunged. What are some of the offenses that could be on that list?
Yeah, so most what we call minor dispositions, so stets or null process, acquittals, easy to expunge for the most part. And certainly many convictions can also be expunged. So many misdemeanor convictions, a few felony convictions. The process itself can be a little complicated. That's really where having an attorney is so helpful. We're going to have close to 50 attorneys available throughout the day to meet with clients. So we should be able to see a very large volume of people, which we're excited about.
Do some of those things on your record, is it a matter of time after it's, you know, so much time has passed, then you're eligible to have it?
Yes, exactly. So for many of these, and again, it's hard to kind of give a full description with the short bit of time we have on television, but for many of them, there is a wait period. What's so impactful about this recent legislative change is it has reduced many of those wait periods. So even if you were told in the past that it's going to be 10, 15 years, that number may now be 7 or 5 years in many cases.
And this, again, we mentioned with Dr. Bard, this is life-changing. This is a big thing that you can get off your record and take that step forward. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And again, we hope to see all of you with them in just under 2 weeks from now at the Health Expo.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Yeah, next weekend.
Crazy.
Not this upcoming weekend, but next weekend. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Good morning to all of you. And overall, we are seeing a little bit more sun that is coming through. This is always nice to see, especially when we've been fogged in and cloudy for most of the weekend. But definitely drier conditions. That wind is really going to help to dry things out. It's already starting that process. Northwest about 14 to 20 miles an hour is what we're seeing here in Towson. And a temperature right now of about 42. We've been hanging out in the 30s and 40s most of the morning. Those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. And you can see these are the current wind speeds, not the gusts, but these are the sustained winds at about 15 to 20 miles an hour from the northwest. Going forward into the afternoon, that wind is going to be a little bit stronger. So our temperatures will be in the mid to upper 40s, but will feel more like the mid to upper 30s and lower 40s. That's kind of what you have to put into your head, the feels like temperature as you make your way outside tonight or this afternoon. All right, our next hour in our day planner, MetroCast day planner, hanging out there in Fells, lower 40s here. We'll get to the mid to upper 40s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Some of us close to 50 degrees today, but again, with that wind, it won't feel that way. Sun is up past 5 p.m., so we definitely like that as we're getting more of those daylight hours and really one final month left of meteorological winter when it's the shortest month of the year, even though we get an extra day this year. All right, 48 is your high today. Breezy to windy for the afternoon. That sun will be up until 5:23 tonight. And here's a look at your high temperatures across Carroll and Baltimore counties. A lot of us in the low to mid 40s for Westminster and the Hereford zone, over to Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. 44 Perry Hall and White Marsh, 47 in Dundalk, 48 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties, you're going to see some low to mid 40s as well for Bel Air and Aberdeen. Up into Perryman, Northeast, right about 44 for you, and Havre de Grace looking at temps in the 40s today too. Now numbers here tomorrow and Wednesday a little cooler and closer to average, but look what happens Thursday and Friday. Those temps pop up into the lower 50s. A nice little kind of mild trend. It's short-lived because right as we get into the weekend, we'll see some colder temperatures return for the first weekend of February. Here's a look at our future scan though. That wind is going to going to stay with us today. Should see a little bit more in the way of sunshine, especially tomorrow. A lot less wind on Tuesday. That'll be a nicer afternoon. And even Wednesday with the cloud cover coming in, we're really not tracking much in the way of actual rain showers. So may see a shower or two. Overall, though, just those clouds are rolling in. And then we got Groundhog Day coming up on Friday. And that's the start of, all the fun stuff in February with Valentine's Day, President's Day, all those good things coming up. But you can see those temperatures kind of in the 40s and 50s for the rest of the week.
All right, let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now. We are seeing a bit of a slowdown on 695 South right at 70. Also in Anne Arundel County, there are several lanes closed on both the east and west sides of Maryland 170 at Elk Ridge Landing. The far right and far left lanes on both the east and west side are blocked because of a collision in that area. So just something to know as you're heading out. Doesn't look like the traffic is moving too badly, though, in that particular incident.
All right, look, we're not going to the Super Bowl, but fans have a lot to say about last night's loss to the Chiefs. The reaction coming into our newsroom just ahead at Good Day Baltimore.
And we're at Zero Latency Virtual Reality Arena this morning. Me and my cameraman Graham just went through the amazing experience. Coming up, an iconic Baltimore legend is going to join us right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
If you are looking for a way to escape reality, maybe yesterday's game against the Chiefs you're trying to get rid of in your mind, well, look no further than Zero Latency VR.
Mark Clark is there now with a look at their thrilling games and virtual reality experiences. Mark.
Hey, we had a great time. Me and Graham just played the game. Pam and Denise all morning long. We had a great time with you guys. People need to come to the grand opening, right?
Absolutely. This weekend, the entire weekend, we're going to be here at Zero Latency giving away free games. We're going to have a fun time this weekend. We have some special guests going on. We're located here in Owings Mills, Maryland.
And Denise is here with Denise. You got the flyer, you got the activities, and you got the legend, one of the hottest icons in Baltimore. Bunky's in the building. Are you guys creating a strut game?
This is a Zero Latency strut on down here.
So you actually the brand ambassador, right?
Yes, the brand ambassador for Zero Latency. Make sure y'all come on down. We're gonna have a lot of fun.
Okay.
Trust me, I played the games. It was crazy. Make sure y'all get down here.
That's going to be Friday, guys. So again, anything?
We're located at 10209 Grand Central Avenue at Owens Mills Metro Station, Suite 108. Come check us out. Owens Mills, Maryland.
It was funny, guys. You know, the virtual reality, it's another world, Megan and Patrice. Me and Graham were all playing the game. I thought I almost fell down. It's a whole, it really is another world.
Like.
The future has arrived.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy,
It is. All right. That's a good time to be able to do that for a date night. All right. If you want more information, it's all on the website. Go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, today we are going to be in the 40s, breezy, mostly cloudy. Coming up, our Weather Authority team tracking when colder temps move in.
A man serving 115 years for murder is hoping that a new confession will reopen his case. Coming up next, we'll hear his side of the story. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. Coming up on 9:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
And I'm Megan Gillen. We need to see what the forecast has in store. We've had a little bit of everything lately, so anything's possible.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at what is coming our way. And when I saw 40s for the day, I look at 40s as like, oh, that's warm compared to
after Friday now. I've got higher expectations.
Right, I know. We're like 78 in January. Come on, that was definitely a nice little preview of spring. I mean, spring is coming. I mean, I'm seeing the grass. It looks a lot greener out there, especially with all the moisture and now that snow is all melted away. Okay, so today's story is wind. That's what we're going to be talking about for the afternoon. Yeah, you can already see that camera shaking around a bit, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, with that sun that is breaking through some of those clouds. So that's definitely a nice thing to see as well. Statewide, temps 20s, 30s, and 40s across the old line state from western Maryland all the way across to Hagerstown, 39 Westminster and Bel Air, 42 in Baltimore City, and 44 in Annapolis. So as you're heading out the door, grab a jacket, have the sunglasses ready to go with no need for the umbrella today or really in the next couple of days, as we've got some dry days ahead of us. We'll be in the upper 40s today. It'll feel colder than that with the wind. We do back off a few degrees into Tuesday and Wednesday, back into the mid 40s. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll talk about what we can expect as we get into February, which is right around the corner. Patrice?
All right, let's look at what's happening on the roads in our Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Things looking clear along the Beltway this morning. Good in these shots. There are a few incidents around the region. There is an incident. The first one is in Anne Arundel County. It's at Maryland 170 at Elk Ridge Landing, and you have some of the lanes closed there on the east and west side. So give yourself some time if you're headed that direction. We also know there's a collision on 95 North near exit 67. That's closed to 2 right lanes there. So in some of those outer regions, you're starting to run into some issues. But right here, looking good.
In your Ravens coverage this morning, win or lose, the flock was buzzing with excitement and pride now, even for the amazing season.
Absolutely. Taylor Stewart joins us live with how fans are reacting, though, to the AFC Championship loss. It takes a minute to just let that settle.
Yeah, we're just letting it digest. We're taking it slow. We're standing behind our team. We're standing behind our man, Lamar Jackson, after an incredible season, but a devastating loss just last night. Folks are chiming in, weighing in on last night's loss. And look, they're also pointing out some other plays from the Chiefs. Travis Kelce definitely made a point to taunt after every single play he's made. We also seen a lot of tweets that reference some of the calls that were made on some of the plays just last night. But still, the emotion was palpable even as that loss took place. You could see the clock running down here. Lamar Jackson's face as the clock winds down, ending the season. Take a listen to what fans had to say just after the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm disappointed in our boys. That's rough. Like, I know they put everything they could. Offense didn't show up. Defense didn't show up.
The offense couldn't get it going. A couple of key turnovers just couldn't happen, and you can't count Pat Mahomes out.
Fans who were watching the game in Fells Point, many of them also disappointed. But look, not everybody. Take a listen.
I think the loss for Baltimore will give we will rejuvenate us, and we're ready for next year. Awesome. We're ready for next year. We have done a great job this year, and Lamar is excellent, and I can't wait for the next season.
All right, so we're all reframing our mind now. We're looking toward next season. Governor Wes Moore saying, I love this team, I love this city. Congrats to the Chiefs, but I think we're all thinking we'll be back. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
It's been a long road, like. It's really hard when you know you're innocent and you feel like you ain't got no voice.
Man serving a 115-year sentence for murder is sharing his side of the story after 13 years.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning on a story that you're seeing first on Fox with why he is hoping a viral video confession could finally set him free. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, Sterling Matthews is only 13 years into his 115-year sentence. But according to Baltimore County Police, the investigation may now be headed in a different direction after a video confession by Antonio Hart, who was killed during a police standoff. Take a listen to that confession.
I had that Glock 17 and that 25 caliber that night that killed Daquan. I did that 2010 Halloween, pen raising mask. Boy, Sterling ain't do that. I love you, woo baby, but he ain't do that. Big Rambo did that.
But according to police, Sterling Matthews is the alleged shooter and killer of 16-year-old Daquan Burks. Matthews' first trial ended in a hung jury, and the second trial ended with a guilty verdict. Now Matthews' mother, Tanika Brogdon, is speaking out for the first time. She says the past 13 years while her son has been in jail have been a nightmare, and she's walking us through the events on the day of the murder.
We went to Halloween party, then we went trick-or-treating in the neighborhood, came back home. It was dark time. I mean, a regular night.
And Sterling was with you?
Yes.
So when you got home that night, do you remember Sterling leaving or?
No.
He never left the house?
No.
When you heard the word guilty, what was your emotion?
Like somebody reached inside my body and snatched my soul.
Of course, now she's hoping that part of her soul will be back home again soon. Matthews is scheduled for a post-conviction hearing challenging his conviction in March, and his original attorney is hoping that the video confession will lead to a new trial. But for now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:35, we are getting word that the group claiming responsibility for a deadly assault in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. soldiers is known as the Islamic Resistance in Iraq.
We want to get right over to Tom Rogers in our live center with what we know at this hour about it. Tom.
Yeah, right now, in fact, taking a live look here, we're waiting for U.S. Secretary Anthony Blinken to come and meet with Qatar's prime minister again, and this will be addressed. We know 3 U.S. soldiers were killed. At least 34 were injured in this drone attack that happened on a U.S. base. In fact, I want to take you here. We're down in the outside of the White House, but I want to take you inside, right outside here, the White House, and another live look because all eyes will be on this building right here. This is the first time U.S. troops have been killed by enemy fire in the Middle East since the beginning of the Gaza war. All attention on the president as Biden says he vows to take action, but what? As retaliation from Washington could jeopardize a wider conflict in the Middle East war. So far, there have been more than 160 attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American forces in that region since the beginning of October in the Hamas terror attack. Yesterday, the president says this, in part, we will hold all those responsible to account at a time and in a manner of our choosing. We're, of course, watching any new responses from Washington or the Middle East this morning, and we'll keep you posted right here from the Live Center and also coming up on any of the midday or 4 and 5 o'clock if any news breaks on what the president has to say about that. That's the latest from the Live Center. Patrice?
A grand opening marks a U.S. Senate candidate's new campaign office. After the break, how will the community gather together to celebrate and donate to those in need?
And today we are going to feel temps in the 40s along with some wind. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when colder temperatures could move through. It's 9:37 on Good Day Baltimore. Developing now, Baltimore police say a 21-year-old was shot in the northwest district of the city. Police say that the man walked into the hospital yesterday morning. This is an ongoing investigation. Anyone with information is asked to call Baltimore police.
A Carroll County volunteer firefighter has been arrested in connection with a string of intentional brush fires in Eldersburg, near Liberty Reservoir. Investigators say they found 3 instances of malicious burning since March of last year, all connected to 20-year-old firefighter Allison Kreutzer. She was released on $10,000 bond.
Now, when it comes to crime in Maryland, this week, Senate President Bill Ferguson says there will be a juvenile crime package unveiled. Overall, state lawmakers say they have plans to address juvenile crime this legislative session, but this week's package will focus on the intake process within the Department of Juvenile Services.
It's a lot of what we've been talking about, focusing on the intake and accountability on the intake, looking at the process overall to make sure that the services are actually being delivered. We will and need to pass this legislation. It all comes down to execution on an everyday basis.
Fox 45 News will continue pushing your lawmakers for solutions surrounding juvenile crime. You can follow along with Mackenzie Frost for the next 2.5 months as she's going to be in Annapolis covering every angle of this year's session. See all of her coverage on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
Now to your election 2024 coverage. U.S. Senate candidate Angela Also Brooks hosts a grand opening for her new campaign office. Leaders from across Baltimore City and Baltimore County, along with Also Brooks supporters, gathered to celebrate her campaign on Friday. Supporters brought dozens of gloves and mittens to donate to communities in need. Also Brooks said she was excited to share her campaign message with the community.
And we're really excited to get out and continue to spread the message of this campaign, which is about the lives of everyday hardworking people and how important it is to have officials in office who understand them and live like they do.
The office that opened, Also Brooks also has an office in Silver Spring and a headquarters in Largo, Maryland.
Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. SpaceX pulls an all-nighter from coast to coast. After the break, the 2 separate satellite launches.
Cheetos and Doritos both announced new flavors. Coming up, how one was inspired by Wednesday Addams star Jenny Ortega. 9:43, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:46. Experts are weighing in on how experienced workers can land a new job in a competitive market.
And those over the age of 40 may need a refresher when it comes to job hunting skills.
Job experts recommend that you update your resume experiences, but don't attach dates to them. Instead, call those previous experiences, quote, your earlier career.
That's interesting. Wonder why? Does it date you? Is that?
I guess
don't
that's
know.
what they're trying to
Interesting.
say.
I think you'd want it to show how long you were at each job. Anyways, you should also research your company ahead of time and tailor your cover letter to meet their criteria. Also, remember to network as much as possible. And when you're in the interview, be sure to ask thought-provoking questions.
As Americans become more gray, they are also separating more, apparently, from their spouses.
Yeah, so slam on older people here in this blog. Federal data shows more Americans over the age of 55 are getting divorces. The report says the divorce rate for those over 55 has doubled since 1990, and both men and women experience financial declines when they divorce later in life. So how do they do it?
There you go. All right. So that's all you want to hear on that one. We can move on.
Next story. Trending this morning, SpaceX pulls an all-nighter from its coast to coast and passes the test of successful launches. Elon Musk's space technology company set up 22 satellites in the pitch black of California's sky last night. Here's some of those images here. The rocket was launched from Vandenberg Space Force Base. It comes on the heels of another Falcon 9 rocket launch carrying 23 satellites up from Cape Canaveral, Florida. SpaceX says the rocket carried the satellites into orbit for the Starlink internet system. It's always cool to see.
Let's go back to that resume story.
Yes.
Because it's probably good that, hi, I'm right here.
There we go. We're all here.
Because it's good that we don't have the dates on there because my Cinnabon experience wouldn't be good. It was one day.
Well, now you can put that on there and they'll never know how long.
Just say I worked at Cinnabon in Eugene, Oregon in 1992.
Hired.
And hired. There you go. Yeah. I looked at all this stuff. You guys have smelled Cinnabon. I wouldn't have lasted very long, which I didn't because I was like, if I get free Cinnabons, forget about it.
Even too sweet.
You like sweets, but they're too much for you.
That's too much for me.
Yeah, I know.
I can hang there for a day or two.
Thank God I went into weather, not Cinnabon. So anyway, good morning to all of you. Hopefully you're thankful that I'm here. I've been here like 3 years or something. It's crazy. Here's a look at our Towson camera right now. We are looking at the sun that is coming through some of those clouds. The wind, it's still with us, and it will continue to increase as we get into the later part of the afternoon. Northwest at 14 right now. We've seen some higher gusts near 20 miles an hour. We do expect some stronger wind speeds as we get later into the middle part of the day and early afternoon as well. But right now at 42 in Towson, and temperatures, they're not bad. I mean, you can see our temps have been hanging out in the 30s and 40s most of the morning. These are your sustained wind speed at about 14 to 20 miles an hour. And those wind speeds will increase throughout the day, but our temperatures are also going up. So we're actually going to be in the above average category today. Mid to upper 40s is where we will end up about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon with kind of a mix of clouds and sun. And notice the average high for late January is 43. So a lot of us will be close to that number for Westminster and Bel Air out toward Elkton and Cecil County. Mid 40s for you in Chestertown down through Stevensville across the Bay Bridge and right over to Annapolis at 46. 48 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Temps around the country, pretty quiet weather pattern here. Not much happening. 44 in Nashville today, but 60s in OKC and 70s in Dallas. Meanwhile, upper 50s if you're heading to New Orleans and right about 63 there in Jacksonville. We're going to keep our temperatures in the 40s for the next few days, but right into Thursday and Friday, you can see that little bump there into the lower 50s. So we'll have some above average numbers right as we kick off the month of February. So Groundhog Day is this Friday. You know, that's Stuart right there giving me the side eye, my nemesis. I don't mind Phil, but I don't like this guy right here. Either way, we're cooler as we head toward the weekend on Saturday and Sunday. Those numbers back into the mid 40s.
Making headlines this morning, an investigation is underway into who stole the statue of baseball legend Jackie Robinson.
Authorities in Kansas are offering up to $7,500 for a reward to recover that stolen statue.
Surveillance video shows the suspects inside a public park in Wichita, Kansas around midnight last Thursday. They were seen cutting the statue at the ankles, leaving its feet, and then placing the statue in a truck. The statue was donated to that community by nonprofit League 42. That was back in 2021. The city estimates the damages to be around $75,000.
Making headlines now this morning, the heated AFC Championship game. A lot of people talking about this moment.
The battle began long before the Kansas City Chiefs claimed their second conference title against the Ravens.
So take a look here. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, they were tossing aside Ravens kicker Justin Tucker's equipment. You see it right there during the warm-up pregame. Tucker placed his ball holder at the goal line before Mahomes jogged up and kicked it away as he threw warm-up passes from the end zone.
And then Tucker set his helmet in two balls next to the holder at that same place. And that's when Kelce got involved. He came over and grabbed those items and tossed them aside to clear a path for his quarterback, I guess, to continue warming up. I think it's all just petty, and you want to pick with people before
maybe they had
the
talked to each other, because it looks like Tucker's in Kansas City territory there, though, too. Why is he the only one there? But either way, it was his stuff. Maybe they had a conversation.
Yeah,
well. Or they didn't, and they're just jerks. Just in time for the Super Bowl, Cheetos and Doritos both announced new flavors.
Cheetos Crunchy Buffalo flavor combines the cheesiness of the regular Cheetos with the heat of beloved buffalo sauce. Doritos introduced a new Flamin' Hot Queso, Hot Honey Mustard, Smoky Chili Queso, and Tangy Fiery Lime. All those different flavors. The chip brand partnered with the Netflix original Wednesday Addams star Jenny Ortega. The new Dynamita chips feature unique flavors, and they're rolled up instead of flat, more like Takis.
Yep, it's my husband's favorite. Happening now, love is in the air. Next Level Chef and Farmer Wants a Wife are back for new seasons on Fox 45, and guess what? We're getting you ready for Valentine's Day to celebrate. The best part is you don't have to be a chef or a farmer to win. Just tell us your recipe for love. It's the Fox 45 Love at First Bite contest. You want to woo a love interest, maybe spread love around Baltimore? Well, the Fox 45 Morning News viewer with the winning idea receives $2,500 to spend as they wish. Head to foxbaltimore.com/contest to enter and watch Next Level Chef, followed by Farmer Wants a Wife, Thursday nights on Fox 45.
Well, today we're cloudy and windy. After the break, we're going to look ahead to see how temperatures hold up later this week in our 10-day forecast.